For centuries, there were fearsome tales of a half-human monster roaming the African forests. Even in modern times, knowledge of the elusive creature, the wild chimpanzee, was largely based on speculation. Then, in 1960, a daring young Englishwoman set out to sort fiction from truth. She had been warned, you'll never get near the chimpanzees, but she was determined to try. Her name, Jane Goodall. She was 26 years old and destined to make scientific history. Against odds many thought insurmountable, she gradually earned the chimpanzee's trust. The picture that has emerged is an awesome portrait of the animals most like man. The similarities to humans are startling. The obvious physical resemblance. The discovery that they hunt and eat meat. The even more profound revelation that they are intelligent enough to make and use tools. And in their nonverbal communication, perhaps the most uncanny resemblance of all. Meticulously documented on motion picture film, Jane Goodall's classic study stretches from 1960 to the present day. A compelling chronicle that spans 3 generations of chimps, it is the longest study of any wild animal group in the world. Unexpectedly, one of its recent chapters took a forbidding turn. The usually gentle, amiable chimps revealed a dark and sinister side, puzzling, savage behavior as yet unexplained. And so the saga goes on, the remarkable adventure of the wild chimpanzees and the dedicated woman who works among them still. Her journey would take Goodall to the East African country of Tanzania, then known as Tanganyika. The remote Gombe Stream Game Reserve stretches for about 10 miles of rugged mountainous country along the shore of Lake Tanganyika. And so, on the 14th of July, 1960, Jane Goodall was 4,000 miles from home, a tiny boat, her only link to the civilized world.
When I arrived at the Gombe Stream Reserve, I felt that at long last my childhood ambition was being realized. But when I looked at the wild and rugged mountains where the chimpanzees lived, I knew that my task was not going to be easy.
Day-to-day life in this remote wilderness would be difficult at best. The local authorities, horrified at the thought of a young white woman alone in the wild, at first refused Jane permission to come, agreeing only when she said she would bring a companion. Aside from her mother, Van Goodall, and an African cook, Jane would spend the next several months virtually alone. It was already late afternoon when the tents were pitched and provisions stored, but after 20 years of dreaming of this day, Jane was eager to begin. Unarmed and untrained, she ventured into a strange new world. For most, this would be a lonely, forbidding realm. But for Jane Goodall, it was where she most wanted to be.
During my first days at Gombe, I could hardly believe it was true. At last, I was out in the wild. I didn't see many animals, but I had the feeling they were there all around, watching me. There were rustles in the undergrowth, strange calls, smells I could not identify.
For months, the objects of her search invariably fled at the mere sight of her. Often she couldn't find them at all. It was a steep, rigorous climb to the open ridges above, but perhaps, she hoped, a way to pinpoint the nomadic apes below.
I discovered, not far from camp, that there was a peak overlooking 2 valleys. And from this vantage point, I was able to gradually piece together the daily behavior of the chimps. The major advantage of the peak was that the chimps could see me sitting up there and gradually get used to my presence.
Sitting quietly in the same spot day after day, always dressed in the same neutral colors, never attempting to follow the shy apes, the figure on the peak gradually became less of a threat. It would be some time, however, before Jane was accepted at closer range. Though the chimps now recognized the intruder, her intent was far from clear. Jane had to accept the realization that, for the time being at least, much of her knowledge would be based on indirect evidence, like an abandoned sleeping nest high in the trees. Jane found the nest was not simply a pile of wadded leaves, but a carefully interwoven platform created by dexterous hands and a reasoning brain. But the intelligent creature who made it had long since moved on. Impatient with her slow progress with the chimps, Jane stretched each day to the final rays of the setting sun. This would be her first meal in 12 hours. It had been another long and frustrating day.
As I'm not a defeatist, it only made my determination to succeed stronger. I never had any thought of quitting. I should forever have lost all self-respect if I had given up.
And so, days that began before dawn reached well past midnight, and for as long as it would take, tomorrow would be the same. Even when there were no chimps to be found, there was always much to be done. Samples of plants the chimps eat would be preserved for later identification. There was a new language to learn, tribal customs to absorb. A makeshift clinic helped cement good relations with the local villagers. With camp life settling into a comfortable routine, Gombe increasingly became Jane Goodall's private world. Though her staff was growing, outsiders till now had not been welcome, lest they frighten the chimps. But at Louis Leakey's urging, she agreed that a permanent film record of the chimps be made. To shield herself and the cameraman, she built a blind, a screen of leaves. Hugo van Lawick is a specialist in wildlife. Primarily funded by the National Geographic Society, over the coming years, he and Goodall would capture details of chimp behavior never before dreamed possible. They found that chimpanzees are nomadic, traveling in ever-changing groups in the daily search for food, wanderings that can take them 2 to 6 miles in a single day. They are animals of dramatic extremes, noisy and excitable one minute, calm and gentle the next. To satisfy their hunger on a diet that is largely vegetarian, chimps eat up to 7 hours a day. Much of their diet is fruit, but they also feed on leaves, blossoms, seeds, and stems. After congregating at a food source, several individuals may rest and groom together, then separate once again. The only stable group within the community is a mother and her young. Males take no part in child rearing. Contrary to common belief, chimps do not have fleas. Mutual grooming does remove flakes of dried skin and grass seeds, but physical contact for its own sake seems to be the primary goal. Not much interested in quiet pursuits, youngsters have better things to do.
The chimps very gradually came to realize that I was not dangerous after all. I shall never forget the day, after about 18 months, when, for the first time, a small group allowed me to approach and be near them. Finally, I had been accepted. I think it was one of the proudest and most exciting moments of my whole life.
Chimpanzees are as distinct from one another as are human beings, and Jane gave them names as she came to recognize them. Old Flo, with her bulbous nose and ragged ears, is matriarch of the family Jane would come to know best. At 7 weeks, infant Flint is still completely dependent on Flo. Flo's adolescent son Figgin plays with his younger sister Fifi. Even fully mature Fabian often stays with the family. Ever since Flint's birth, his sister Fifi has been fascinated by the baby. Repeatedly, she tries to touch and groom him. The older chimps, less interested in babies, tend to ignore Flint. But Fifi is persistent, actually trying to take the infant from Flo. Though protective of her newborn, Flo is never rough with Fifi. When she's had enough, she simply walks off, leaving Fifi looking rather frustrated. Another group's arrival is signaled by a chorus of hooting calls. Adult males dominate chimp society and are much preoccupied with their position in the hierarchy. In an effort to better his rank, the male puts on an awesome charging display. With hair bristling and vegetation flying, the male makes himself appear larger and more dangerous than he actually is. Intended to intimidate rivals, it is usually nothing more than superb bluff. After displays of aggression, the dominant chimp often reassures those who have been frightened or hurt, and thus tension is diffused, harmony restored. One male rose to the top of the hierarchy by intelligence rather than strength. Mike discovered that rolling empty kerosene cans from Jane's camp made a horrifying noise. Originally one of the lowest-ranking males, Mike was now number 1. Close to where they are feeding when dusk falls, the chimpanzees will build sleeping nests for the night, 30 to 40 feet up in the trees. After choosing a suitable foundation, such as a horizontal fork, the chimp takes only 3 to 5 minutes to bend down branches, then twigs, to create a comfortable padded bed. With creature comforts long since forsaken, Jane found increasing pleasures in her wilderness world. But, as she soon discovered, human creature comforts were not without appeal to some. A chimp had wandered into camp and found the supply tent where bananas were stored. Because he had been to camp before, when Jane was in the forest, she had a prearranged signal to call her back.
It was thrilling after all this time to find a chimp actually in my camp. It was David Greybeard, a male I had already come to know out in the forest.
David's boldness marked a turning point for Jane. After the endless months she had searched for them, the chimps, following David's lead, now came to her. Gradually, their inherent fear gave way, and an offer of friendship was accepted, with trust. If she could lure the chimps into camp regularly, Jane realized, her observations would be far more consistent than chance encounters in the forest. Bananas were the answer. The scheme was not without its flaws, as the local baboons quickly proved. David Greybeard repeatedly ran to his friend, the more powerful Goliath, for protection. Goliath came to David's defense. But the baboon knew which chimp was afraid, and it was David he went for. Every time. Because of the trust established in camp, tracking the chimps in the forest was now much easier for Jane. She was able to follow and document in detail the development of Flo's infant son, Flint. At 6 months, Flint is learning to ride on his mother's back. But sometimes he doesn't get it quite right. At around the same age, he takes his first tottering steps. When he stumbles and whimpers, Flo quickly rescues him. Flo is a particularly affectionate, tolerant, and playful mother. And because much maternal behavior is learned, she is the role model for her daughter Fifi. As Flint grows older, Flo permits Fifi to take him for brief periods of time. Such experiences provide important training for the future, when young females mature and have offspring of their own. About the time Flo begins to carry Flint on her back, Fifi tries to imitate Flo. Though unsuccessful, the attempt marks an important milestone in her learning experience. Mandy is a young female who has just had her first baby. Fifi has never seen the baby before and is intrigued. For the moment, at least, this is something more interesting than Flint. As Mandy settles down, Fifi comes for a closer look at this newest member of the community. All youngsters at Gombe are interested in new babies, but Jane had never seen one who showed more fascination than Fifi. a study in concentration. Mandy is not worried by Fifi's presence, but when adolescent male Figgin approaches, she nervously moves off. Both Fifi and Figgin are fascinated by the smell of the new baby. Fifi has followed Mandy up a tree and now attempts to touch the baby. Mandy gently fends her off. Meanwhile, even Flint is curious about another infant younger than he. But Flo is ready to move on in search of food, and she lets Flint know it is time to go. Fifi, still engrossed with Mandy's baby, does not notice that they leave. When she finally looks for her mother, Flo is out of sight. At 6, Fifi is still quite dependent on her mother and cries in distress. She has no idea in what direction Flo has gone. Normally, Flo would come at Fifi's cries, but apparently can't hear her above the growing storm. Although chimps seem miserable in the rain, surprisingly, they make little effort to find shelter. Even in a torrential downpour, they just sit and wait it out. Long committed to observing the chimps 7 days a week, Jane ignored the rain. Searching for the lost Fifi, she saw something remarkable instead. The male Goliath performing a spectacular display. Enthralled by the magnificent rain dance, Jane would later write, "With a display of strength and vigor such as this, primitive man himself might have challenged the elements." 20 minutes later, the rain dance was over as suddenly as it had begun. Among Goliath's audience, Jane spotted Flo and Flint. From her tall lookout, Fifi saw them too. Strong family ties, temporarily broken by the storm, were once again intact. The rainy season brings the flight of fertile winged termites as they leave their nests to establish new colonies. For chimp and baboon alike, they are a tasty delicacy. But baboons can only capture the termites outside the nest as the swarms emerge and fly. When they have gone and worker termites have resealed the nest, the baboons will move on. But the chimps not only know termites are there, hidden below the surface, they have learned how to get at them. In defense of their nest, the termites grip onto the grass, and with utmost care, the chimp gently draws them out. As a stem becomes bent, the chimp breaks off the end to make it work more efficiently. Sometimes a leafy twig is selected, but first it must be stripped of its leaves. In these actions, modifying natural objects for a specific purpose, the chimp is not only using, but actually making tools. It seems certain that this is a learned behavior, passed from generation to generation by watching and imitation. Flint does not yet know how to fish for termites, but already he imitates part of Flo's technique. Jane's proof that chimps make and use tools would rock the scientific world.
Tool using always used to be considered a hallmark of the human species. When Louis Leakey first heard about tool using at Gombe, he got extremely excited and said, now we have to redefine man, redefine tool, or include chimpanzees with humans.
A chimpanzee brain will never design a computer, nor even imagine a durable tool chipped from stone. But his brain is more similar to our own than is that of any other living creature. And surely it was thus that our distant human ancestors began, learning to master the natural world in the constant struggle to survive. To a thirsty chimp, rainwater trapped in the hollow of a tree is inviting but not easily reached. Once again, the chimps have learned to solve a problem by fashioning a tool. Wadded leaves act as a sponge. Chewing makes them more absorbent. Using the sponge, the chimp can get as much as 8 times more water than with fingers alone. Inherently curious, youngsters like Fifi learn from older chimps, and thus the technique is passed on. Baboons at Gombe outnumber the chimps by about 4 to 1. For the most part, the two species coexist peacefully. But the baboon is a competitor for food, and friction can arise. Because he has the intelligence to use a weapon, yet another type of tool, even a youngster can intimidate a fully grown male. The bluff works. But as Jane would find out, sometimes the aggression is very real. A young baboon has been captured and killed by a group of chimps, and they will feast on its remains. Jane's discovery astounded the scientific world. The chimp is not the gentle vegetarian we had thought, but, like humans, a formidable predator. Sometimes cooperating to hunt and stalk their prey, they also kill young antelope, bush pigs, and monkeys. For the most part, chimps eat meat only they themselves have killed. Indeed, a dead animal is often a puzzling sight.
Right here.
With Gombe's growing fame, visiting students and scientists became a regular part of the scene. One day, as part of a project to record chimpanzee calls, Jane put out bananas in great quantities. The result, an eruption of frenzied excitement, desperate begging, and violent aggression. Because of the excessive hostilities aroused, Jane disapproved of such human intervention. But the episode was not without value, revealing the intricate patterns of chimpanzee dominance and submission, and the chimp's intense need for reassurance by touch. The sounds of the encounter were carefully analyzed by students specializing in chimp vocalization. With the passing years, Gombe drew students from around the world, with interests ranging from biology to communication to psychology. They came because of Jane and the unique opportunities of the living laboratory she created here. To avoid future aggression over bananas, Jane devised a system of rationing by remote control. Now the chimps were fed only if they arrived alone or in small groups, and then just once in 10 days. Apparently not happy with this new state of affairs, the ever-creative chimps made their wishes known. The chimps' presence in camp provided an opportunity for experiments not possible in the forest. How would they react to something new? All chimpanzees are intensely curious, but often afraid of the unfamiliar. For the first time, Flint attempts the typical male intimidation display, pulling vegetation and stamping. Later, Jane put out a mirror. It was clearly a fascinating mystery. In retrospect, Jane will say that had she known her study would continue indefinitely, she would not have encouraged contact between herself and the chimps. For one thing, they are stronger than humans, and if they lose their fear, dangerous. Indeed, in the future, Jane would minimize all interaction with the chimps. But for the moment, after the long struggle for acceptance, David's silent consent to be groomed was a prize beyond measure. In 1966, tragedy strikes. An epidemic spreads from a nearby village, and Gombe awakes to the devastation of polio.
Nothing that has happened at Gombe, before or since, has been as horrible. Nothing. They were among the darkest days of my life, a living nightmare. The worst tragedy was old Mr. McGregor. He lost the use of both his legs, and he could only move by pulling himself along the ground by his arms. The other chimps were frightened by this strangeness and shunned old Gregor. Only his close relative Humphrey stayed nearby.
The mother, Ollie, has lost her month-old infant to the disease. Though she knows he is not alive, she carries his dead body for 3 days. Polio vaccine is flown in and fed to the chimps in bananas, but for many it is too late. Flo's son, Fabian, paralyzed in one arm, protects it by walking long distances upright. To get food, Mr. McGregor had learned to pull himself into trees with the strength of his arms alone. But he dislocates a shoulder while trying to climb and now can no longer move at all. Jane knew she had but one choice. Her longtime friend must be shot. But 1967 would bring joy. Married 3 years, Hugo and Jane now had a son. Little Hugo, nicknamed Grub, would grow up in a world most children never even see. Spending less time at work to be with Grub, Jane modeled her behavior after the patient, affectionate chimp mother she had long observed. Gombe was the ideal place to raise a child, she said. You could focus on the important things in life: family, unity with all living creatures, being part of the natural world. As she watched her own son grow, Jane continued to track the development of Flo's son, Flint, who was now 4½. Pregnant with her 5th child, Flo was increasing her attempts to wean Flint. Typical of youngsters his age, he resisted, still trying to suckle and demanding to ride on Flo despite his large size. When denied his way, Flint threw violent temper tantrums, even hitting and biting his mother.
Perhaps because she was too old to cope, Flo often gave in and let Flint have his way. Later, this would have grave consequences.
Later that year, the baby was born and Jane named her Flame. Still attached to the placenta, Flame was just a few hours old. Because females give birth only every 5 to 6 years, a newborn always stirs much curiosity among the youngsters. Jane wondered what the birth would mean to Flint. Flint's behavior would be expected to change with the new arrival, but instead he was getting worse.
Even after the birth of his sibling, when most youngsters become more independent, Flint continued to pester his mother for attention. And more often than not, Flo gave in to his demands.
Even with Flame at Flo's breast, Flint sometimes tried to suckle. Six months later, while Flo was ill, Flame disappeared, never to be seen again. With no baby to care for now, Flo stopped even trying to encourage Flint's independence. Jane wondered if he would remain an infant forever. Life expectancy of a wild chimpanzee is guessed at 40 to 50 years. Flo, now well past 40, was feeble and worn, spending most of her time resting quietly near Flint.
Although I knew that Flo had become very old indeed, it was still a sad day when I found her dead body lying in the stream. For me, it was like losing an old friend. For Flint, it was like losing his whole world. Flint stayed by himself, close to the place where Flo had died. He ate very little. He became increasingly lethargic and depressed. And finally, in this state of grieving, he grew sick. 3.5 weeks after losing his mother, Flint died too.
Today, the name Jane Goodall is almost synonymous with animal research. Accomplished author, speaker, and now a PhD, she is sought all over the world. A rarity among scientists, she has become a celebrity in her own right.
He wasn't having it at all. He wanted to follow his adolescent brother.
Wherever she goes on her annual lecture tours, eager crowds gather to hear the latest chapter in the lives of the chimps.
Any particularly new developments, new behavior of chimps?
Two quite interesting new developments. One is concerned with territoriality.
Though she welcomes the opportunity to share her world, Jane keeps her visits short. Gombe is where she most wants to be. With her on this trip are her mother, returning for a nostalgic visit, and Grub, now 15. Though not even Jane could have predicted her study would last this long, it is 22 years since she first set foot on Gombe shores. In that time, the country has gone from British rule to independence. Gombe, once a game reserve, is now a national park. But friendships that span more than 2 decades remain unchanged. Today, permanent structures have replaced Jane's lakeshore tent, and a staff of 10 Tanzanian field assistants has been trained to help observe the chimps. The men work in teams of 2 and follow the animals 7 days a week. In recent years, they, along with Jane, witnessed a startling turn of events. Like Gombe itself, the chimps, it seemed, had changed too.
If I'd left, as Louis Leakey predicted, after 10 years, we would have had a very different picture of the chimpanzees to that which we have today. People's idea of the gentle, noble savage would have been exemplified by the way of life of the chimps. I started off studying one community, and in 1972 that community divided into 2. And one part of it moved down into the south of the range that the whole community had shared. 2 years later, a series of events began which were amongst the most horrifying that we've seen at Gombe. The males of the larger Kasakela community, the ones that we're studying today, systematically began to hunt down individuals of the smaller southern community, to attack them when they found them on their own or in small groups. And within a 4-year period, every one of the 7 males and at least 1 of the 3 females who had moved to the south had disappeared. The sequence of events that occurred during this warfare were really shocking, because these attacks were not over in 1 minute. They lasted 20 minutes. They were gang attacks where between 3 and 6 adult males together attacked one victim. The victim was rendered senseless, virtually crouching on the ground, not even trying to fight back. And yet they would pound him, they would drag him, they would bite him, they would smash him. One of them had a broken leg, one of them had a great piece of skin ripped from his thigh. And these were very, very brutal attacks. And I think it's a bit horrifying to consider that just because we now know how aggressive the chimpanzee can be, this makes him even more like humans than I thought they were before.
Only because Jane stayed on at Gombe was the warfare discovered. Only because she remains there still may it one day be explained. While the male gang violence was a profoundly dramatic event, much of Jane's work continues to revolve around the subtle intricacies of day-to-day family life. Her observations of Flo and Flint taught her just how powerful a mother's influence can be. In the 10 years since Flo died, Jane has followed her family into its 3rd generation. Flo's daughter, Fifi, is now a mother herself. Like Flo, Fifi is an extremely playful and tolerant mother. Her son, Frodo, bears a striking resemblance to his dead uncle, Flint. Young Fanny evokes images of Fifi herself as a child. And in adolescent Freud, a visible reminder of Figgin as he matured.
Gremlin now watches Frodo, getting much more active than he used to be.
As she watches Getty, the youngest member of the Gombe community, secure in his mother's arms, Jane reflects on 10 other infants who over the course of 4 years met a gruesome fate.
There was one extremely horrifying day. I was in Dar es Salaam and we were contacting Gombe by radio, as we used to do every morning. And this strange message came over that the adult female Passion and her adolescent daughter Pom had seized a newborn infant from Gilka, one of the polio victims, a chimp I'd known since she was 1 year old, and that this mother Passion had killed the baby, and she and her daughter and her son had shared the body between them. And I found this almost impossible to believe, but when I got to Gombe a week later, it was indeed true. And over the next 4 years, Passion and her daughter Pom were known to kill and eat 3 newborn babies. They were watched as they tried but failed to catch 2 more. And we suspect that in that 4 years, in fact, they were responsible for the deaths of 10 newborn babies.
Jane had always described Passion as a somewhat unnatural mother, cold and indifferent, indeed often callous to her youngsters. Yet Jane could not possibly have predicted that Passion would become a killer, attacking with aggression so violent that she paid no attention to human observers even when they tried to intervene.
Why did they do it? I really have no idea. I suspect that it was an aberrant behavior, shown first by the mother, imitated by the daughter. It was perhaps the hardest thing to understand and to accept that's ever happened at Gombe. And the descriptions of the attacks on these mothers are some of the most moving and horrifying descriptions that have taken place in all the 22 years. For instance, when Passion, together with Pom, 2 strong females, attacked Melissa with her 3-week-old baby, Melissa's daughter Gremlin, much younger than Pom, ran over to the 2 field assistants who were watching this horrifying struggle, stood upright, looked into their eyes, looked back at the scene, and really seemed to be begging for help. But Passion and Pom were stronger than Melissa, and they managed to seize the baby, leaving Melissa terribly badly wounded. The moment they had the baby and had killed it, when Melissa went up to watch as they ate it, Passion reached out, embraced and kissed her, as though, "I have no quarrel with you, I wanted your baby, now I'm content." And as I say, we just do not understand this behavior. Hopefully now the behavior is finished. Passion is dead. Pom has shown no signs of doing this, and indeed on her own isn't capable of attacking another female and stealing her baby.
For now, the warfare is over. The cannibalism has ceased. Gombe is quiet again, but for the eternal sounds of the African night. Then, on a summer evening in 1982, a joyous chorus of human voices pervades the dark, an anniversary party celebrating 22 years of research at Gombe. To share this night, some have come by boat, others have walked for miles. With traditional feasting and speeches, they join together to toast the future and celebrate the past.
Well, after 22 years, I have many, many fond memories of Gombe. Perhaps the one that I like to think back on most was after having struggled, crawled through the undergrowth, climbed up to the peak and down again and searched, and been rewarded, yes, by seeing chimps, but chimps that ran away every time I went up to them. To have a chimpanzee just sit there and watch me and know that I was there and not mind, that was a very, very wonderful moment. It was a tremendous feeling of accomplishment and exhilaration and pride in the fact that I'd been accepted. And then a rather different kind of memory was the first time that a wild chimpanzee mother came up to me and allowed her infant to reach out with that wondering expression in his eyes to touch me. And that, of course, was Flo with her infant Flint. And that's another moment I'll never forget.
And though it often seems a lifetime ago, she remembers them all. 3 generations of chimps who allowed her the privilege of entering their private world. Wild animals roaming free, who permitted a human to live among them as a friend. Today, the direction of the study lies uncharted ahead, to be written by the chimps themselves. It is a future Jane Goodall embraces with anticipation and a personal dream.
I hope to stay at Gombe for as long as I can struggle around the mountains, and even after that, I would hope that I can train somebody to follow in my footsteps, so that when I'm old and doddering lady, I can still hear about Melissa's grandchildren and Fifi's successes and be happy in my old age.
When Louis Leakey told Jane her study might last 10 years, it sounded like a lifetime, and privately she thought 3 years at most. Already into her 3rd decade at Gombe, the pioneer who dared to be accepted by wild animals and won has no intention of leaving now.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Death always gets the final word, no matter how we mock it. Sworn to eternal silence, the dead seem beyond our reach. Yet to some scientists, they speak volumes.
When I look at a mummy, I'm looking at an encyclopedia.
Through the lens of modern science, the grave has become a window on the past. Today we can learn intimate details about how the ancients lived and how they died.
Absolutely, that's really a common way that they did it, the strangulation or blows to the heads.
Bit by bit, their portraits emerge from flesh, bone, and DNA.
Bringing the people back to life, I think that's the fun part of it.
The unearthing of the past reveals the tangled roots of our family tree. But some see only the desecration of their ancestors.
They must be put back into the bosom of sacred Mother Earth.
As the living defend the dead, battle lines are drawn. In truth, those who passed here long ago still dwell among us. From fragile remains, their life stories unfold, and as we hear them, they become a part of us all. Listen now to the voices of the dead. This is the driest place on Earth, the Atacama Desert in Chile. Life has found a foothold here, not in the blazing sands, but in slender river valleys that stretch across the desert from the Andes to the sea. The city of Arica stands where two rivers meet the Pacific Ocean. Countless generations of fishermen have thrived here, and many families have deep roots. Whenever ground is broken, there's a good chance these roots may come to light. The city's arid soil has yielded several ancient burials, to the delight of scientists from the local university. Physical anthropologist Bernardo Arriaza, now with the University of Nevada, will never forget a visit to a site where the water company was digging trenches.
I remember in 1983 it was a quiet day when the water company called us. They said they have found something unusual, so that really caught our interest.
And we get called all the time.
Hello?
And you never know what you're going to find. So that's also the exciting part of going, or you don't know where it's going to be. And this time was quite incredible, actually.
The shovels had exposed a plot of nearly 100 mummies. Some would be dated to 7,000 years ago, 2,000 years older than the mummies of ancient Egypt. Eerie masks were sculpted over their faces. Wigs were glued directly to their skulls. Bodies were completely made over, paste and paint on the outside, grasses and earth within. Men, women, and children were mummified, even this 8-inch long fetus. These elaborate mummies were created by a people called the Chinchorro. They lived along the coast in simple huts and left little behind. No monuments, no written texts, but from their bones and artifacts, Arriaza has compiled a profile of their lifestyle.
The Chinchorro people were fishermen. They fished from the rocks with fish hooks made of shells. They also collected shellfish and hunted sea lions with harpoons. And they wore beautiful nets to gather their food. Their clothing and ornaments were minimal. All their emphasis went into mummifying the dead.
Why would a simple people transform their dead into such elaborate creations? Arriaza has a theory.
Someone is being mummified is a lot of energy investment, it's a lot of caring. Even the fetuses are fascinating. Why? Because they have long hair. They have the mouth open. That's conveying life. We tend to see our dead as someone that's farther away. We don't want to see a dead with open eyes. You think, wow, that will scare me. You want to see the dead completely dead. In the case of the Chinchorro, they're seeing the dead as part of the living.
Virtual works of art, their mummies were not intended for the grave. They played an important role in the very heart of the community. The mummy was an honored emissary who moved between this world and the next, sending word to the ancestors, interceding before the gods. The people rendered thanks with songs and offerings. Mummification helped ease the loss of a loved one and strengthen bonds between the living. It made the community whole again. Such rituals may have quelled the awful fear of what lies beyond death. No less a mystery 7,000 years ago than today. One of the earliest expressions of the human spirit, death rites, date back at least 100,000 years. Even the Neanderthals buried one of their own beneath a blanket of flowers. Every culture on Earth has evolved rituals to bid a final farewell to the dead. Some consign the body to the embrace of the earth. Others ensure the release of the soul through fire. In today's crowded world, the practice of cremation is on the rise, wherever land is at a premium. We even send our dead into space. For about the cost of a terrestrial burial, a company in Texas will load a container of ashes on a small rocket. After orbiting for several years, the ashes eventually fall into Earth's atmosphere and vaporize like a tiny shooting star. It's a fitting 21st century send-off, but would have been unthinkable in one of the greatest civilizations the Earth has ever known. The ancient Egyptians believed the body had to last forever. Without it, the deceased could not rise again in the next world to enjoy eternal life. To prevent decay, the bodies of the dead were drained of moisture and reduced to the consistency of leather. Everyone wanted to be mummified. There may have been cut-rate embalming for the poor, first-class treatment for the rich. Even animals were mummified to accompany the dead on their final journey. Over some 30 centuries, countless mummies were made, but countless were also destroyed. Almost from the moment they were sealed, the pyramids and nearly every other well-appointed tomb were ransacked by thieves. Kings or commoners, bodies were hacked apart and left in tatters. Things got worse when Europe developed a taste for mummies. By the 12th century, they were imported by the ton to be ground up and mixed in potions purported to cure everything from headaches to impotence. In 1798, Napoleon's campaign spawned a new wave of mummy mania. Over the next century, hundreds were dissected both in laboratories and at fashionable unwrapping parties. The supply seemed endless. Mummies made cheap fertilizer and fuel. In the 19th century, trains from Cairo burned stacks of them to power their steam boilers. Our fascination with mummies continued unabashed well into the 20th century.
Is it dead or alive? Human or inhuman? You'll know, you'll see, you'll feel the awful, creeping, crawling terror that stands your hair on end and brings a scream to your lips. The mummy.
Today, Egypt's mummies are treated as fragile time capsules. Science now has the tools to explore their secrets without destroying them.
And I can take this side off right here, too.
Researchers can coax clues about daily life 3,000 years ago from the tiniest samples of tissue and bone. Egyptologist Bob Breyer of Long Island University knows more than most about mummies. But just how a mummy became a mummy was a question that irked him for years.
The party line among Egyptologists was always, oh, we know how they did it. They removed the brain through the nose. They removed the internal organs. We know pretty much how they did it. But there's no papyrus that tells how to mummify a human. The Egyptians never wrote down how they did it. It was a secret, probably a trade secret.
A brief description was recorded by Greek historian Herodotus around 450 BC. For Breyer, it was not the final word.
I started to do a mental mummification, trying to just imagine exactly what happened. At some point I realized the only way we'll ever really find out is to do it.
In 1994, Breyer set about to perform the first Egyptian-style mummification in 2,000 years. In Cairo, he tracked down the embalming spices mentioned by Herodotus, including frankincense and myrrh. He would also need special equipment.
We had to have replica tools made of all the instruments we thought the embalmers used. So, for example, we had to have obsidian, an obsidian blade flaked by somebody in the Southwest who knew how to do this. We had to have a silversmith make bronze tools just like ancient Egyptian bronze tools.
Not since the time of Sneferu has its like been done. Now, I'm a little bigger than the average Egyptian.
Copying ancient designs, Breyer built an embalming board for the elevation of the corpse and drainage of fluids.
And I'll tell you, it might be good for the dead, but it's not good for the living.
With his colleague Ronald Wade at the University of Maryland Medical School, Breyer would mummify a man who had donated his remains to science.
There were quite a few surprises along the way as we did the mummification. One was in removing the brain. Everybody always thought that you kind of pull the brain out a piece at a time through the nose. At least that's how all the articles say it was done. We tried it. It didn't come out that way. What we figured out what the ancient Egyptians did was they inserted the long hook and then moved it around, using it like a whisk, and then broke down the brain into, it was almost like a milkshake consistency, and then turned the cadaver upside down, and then the brain ran out. That's how they did it.
Internal organs were removed through an incision made with an obsidian blade, sharp as any modern scalpel. Then the body was covered with several hundred pounds of natron, a naturally occurring salt Breyer had imported from Egypt. Internal organs were treated separately. Left in place for about a month, the natron was supposed to leach all moisture from the body. For Breyer, the suspense was overwhelming.
What would we get? Would it look like a mummy, or would it need another 3,000 years before it looked like the things in the museums?
A little bit like that.
One of the things that was really almost shocking was when we took the natron off, we had a mummy.
Yeah.
A striking demonstration that people are mostly water. The body would shrink from more than 160 pounds to just 45.
What are the oils at, Bob?
The oils of frankincense, myrrh oil, palm oil, lotus oil, and cedar oil. There are 5 that I got.
Breyer anointed the body with oils considered sacred by the Egyptians, then began wrapping.
Keep it nice and tight.
Accurate to the last detail, he used more than 100 yards of pure linen inscribed with Egyptian spells. Internal organs were placed in replica funerary jars created by local college students.
It's been perfumed and now it's being wrapped. I'm going to place it inside the jar. A lot of people don't realize that we did the project not to get the mummy, but to get knowledge. And the project isn't over. Our mummy, it seems, is what we say dead and well. He's been at room temperature now for about 2 years. No signs of decay. It's stable. So we think we did it right. But he's still being used in research projects around the world. We get requests for tissue samples, people doing studies on ancient Egyptian mummies. This is the only mummy in the world for which we know exactly what was done to it. It's the only, so to speak, ancient Egyptian mummy that we have a full medical record on. So it's an important mummy.
If only in the annals of science, Breyer's mummy has achieved immortality, a fate the Egyptians would surely have approved. The quest for eternal life still goes on today, just in a different form. Cryonics involves freezing the body in liquid nitrogen immediately after death. Practitioners have faith that scientists of the future will have the know-how to revive them. The sad truth is, the human body, about 2/3 water plus a few basic chemicals, is simply not built to last. Exposed in warm weather, a corpse can be reduced to a skeleton in a matter of weeks. Underground or underwater, the process usually takes somewhat longer. Bone may last from months to millennia. But when conditions are just right, nature makes mummies. In northwest China, near the route of the fabled Silk Road, the searing sands have yielded more than 100 heat-dried mummies. Surprisingly, they have the features of Caucasians and date back 2,000 to 4,000 years. Many must have lived in the region centuries before the opening of the Silk Road, around 200 BC. Scholars had long been puzzled by ancient Chinese texts describing figures of great height with red or yellow hair. Cave paintings in the region lent credence to the accounts. But the discovery of the mummies adds an important piece to the puzzle. Their existence suggests foreign traders settled in China much earlier than previously believed. The bogs of northern Europe have long inspired legends, among them the boogeyman. 2,000 years ago, the Celts and their kin believed bogs were an entrance to the realm of the gods. They tossed in tribute of silver and gold and other strange sacrifices. Bogs are filled with a natural embalming fluid, acidic water low in oxygen and rich with tannins, the same chemicals used to cure leather. Over time, this brew converts dead vegetation into peat, long harvested as a heating fuel. It also works wonders on bodies. More than 1,000 bog mummies have come to light. Most are some 2,000 years old. Often their bones are dissolved, while their skin is transformed into a supple leather that retains a breathtaking impression of life. Many bog mummies bear signs of a violent death. Slit throat, strangulation, or hanging. Many scholars believe they were sacrificed to fertility gods by early farming communities. They were plunged into the bog so the wheat would rise again. More than 2,500 years ago, the Altai Mountains of Siberia were home to a nomadic people called the Pazyryk. They lived by the horse and moved great herds across the land in search of pasture. Horses were their measure of wealth and status. The Pazyryk buried their dead in chambers dug deep into the icy earth. In 1993, Russian archaeologists opened an undisturbed chamber. First, they found the remains of 6 horses killed by blows to the head. Surely, they thought, this must be the tomb of a powerful man. The coffin itself was completely sealed in ice. To everyone's surprise, it contained a young woman. Her features gone, but her body intact. Tattoos of mythical creatures adorned her sturdy hands. Was she a priestess, warrior, healer? Her identity eludes us, but she provides a new image of women in this ancient culture. On the west coast of Greenland, a rocky cove once harbored an Eskimo village, home to a people called the Inuit. Some 500 years ago, misfortune struck here, and 8 bodies were laid to rest in a dry, sheltering cave. Cause of death remains a mystery. But these freeze-dried mummies in superb fur clothing rank as one of the most spectacular archaeological finds from the Arctic region. The frozen heights of the Andes preserve a record of the past. 500 years ago, the Inca ruled these highlands and worshipped the mountains as gods. Traces of their sacred sites are scattered throughout the peaks. For nearly 2 decades, anthropologist Johann Reinhardt has sought out the high-altitude sites of the Inca. But in September 1995, he first climbed Mount Ampato in Peru with a different goal in mind.
Ampato's been a peak that's always been a mystery. It's always stood out there, and people haven't really climbed it very often and haven't seen much that's been on it.
The idea was just to get some pictures of another volcano that was erupting nearby, never really thinking we'd find anything on the summit. Now, the reason for that is that it's never been seen without a permanent snow-capped summit.
The eruption had showered Ampato with dark ash. Even at more than 20,000 feet, much of the snow had melted.
When my assistant Miguel Zarate and I reached the summit, I was taking some notes when Miguel just continued on and all of a sudden gave a whistle and pointed. And I looked, and sure enough, it was clear from even 40, 50 feet away that there were feathers sticking out of the slope.
They adorned 3 Inca figurines once buried, now exposed by a rock slide.
We were still looking down the slope and very quickly saw this bundle laying right out on the ice. I asked Miguel to pick it up and move it a bit, and as he did, all of a sudden we were looking into the face of this dead young woman.
Mummified by the cold, she had been sacrificed and buried on the mountaintop some 500 years ago. When her rocky tomb collapsed, her face was exposed to the sun. But her body was intact. Skin, muscle, bone, even the blood in her veins frozen solid. Scientists estimate she was 12 to 14 years old when she died. Never before had the richly patterned clothing of an Inca noblewoman come to light. She is probably the best preserved mummy ever discovered in the Americas. In May 1996, the Maiden is flown, still frozen, to Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. A state-of-the-art CAT scanner produces a detailed three-dimensional image of her body. Her strong bones and teeth, well-formed muscles, and internal organs speak volumes about Inca nutrition and health. It's a stunning sight for the man who carried her down the mountain. Then Johann Reinhardt learns the secret of the Maiden's death. A fatal 2-inch fracture mars her skull.
And you can see it pretty nicely just rotating it around, but would it make sense that she may have been hit by a blow?
Absolutely. That's really a common way that they did it. The strangulation or blows to the heads were common ways to do human sacrifice. We just didn't see it. I kept having visions of what it was like carrying her in the dark with this volcano and snowfall and everything, and seeing this modern machinery. And you could look at the screen and view bones and even organs. It's just amazing. She just began to come alive.
To the Inca, human sacrifice was the ultimate offering, an act of gratitude when the gods were generous, a desperate plea when they were angry. Archaeologists now know the Amparo Maiden died during a long-term volcanic eruption. The cataclysm could have had devastating effects on the region. Daily showers of hot ash, air thick with smoke, water sources poisoned, crops and livestock decimated. A circle of priests would have led the Maiden to the highest reaches of Mount Amparo. It was a grueling climb that took days. She alone shouldered the fate of her family and her people. To be thus chosen was a great honor. In exchange for her life, she would earn an eternity of bliss and a place among the gods. Soon after she died, the eruption spent itself, and the snows returned to Amparo, sealing the Maiden in ice for the next 5 centuries. Even now, she serves her people well.
She's providing us with so much information that I hope that we are giving back something to her by deepening our respect and understanding for the culture that she came from and the Inca civilization 500 years ago.
Across the globe, another chain of snowy peaks yields a messenger from the past. The Alps seem impenetrable from the air, but for millennia, shepherds and traders have hiked their mountain passes. Today's trekkers are mostly tourists. Every year, millions enjoy the alpine splendors of southern Austria. In the fall of 1991, unusual weather turned snow to slush. On September 19th, a couple of hikers stray from a marked trail, hoping to find a shortcut. Instead, in a melting glacier at more than 10,000 feet, they spot something that stops them in their tracks. Four days later, delayed by bad weather, an Austrian forensic team arrives. This is not an uncommon sight in the Alps. The frozen bodies of mountaineers are sometimes found decades after they perish among the peaks. But this body is so deeply icebound, the team borrows an ice axe and ski pole from a passing hiker. Somewhat puzzling are the scraps of leather pulled from the slush around the body, not to mention the strange artifacts. Team members conclude this body has been frozen a very long time. They turn it over to experts at the University of Innsbruck. Still wearing a strange shoe stuffed with grass, it's the body of a 25 to 40-year-old man, shriveled but virtually intact. Teeth show heavy wear. Simple blue tattoos adorn his lower back and legs. 70 objects were found near his body. A quiver of animal skin containing 14 arrows. A leather waist pouch, not unlike a fanny pack. Bits of leather and grass rope. A flint dagger. Most telling, an axe with an exquisite copper blade. To archaeologists, the design of the blade suggests its owner may have died 4,000 years ago. It was not the final word. Skin, bone, and grass samples are sent to 4 eminent European laboratories for radiocarbon dating. All 4 conclude the Iceman died about 5,300 years ago, which makes him the oldest frozen mummy ever found. Almost immediately, word gets out. The University of Innsbruck is overrun, and a humble man from the Copper Age becomes an overnight sensation. Few archaeological discoveries have so completely dominated the headlines. Nicknamed after the Ötztal Alps, Ötzi provides endless inspiration to local entrepreneurs. Who was he? How did he die? We may never know. But his body and artifacts have begun to yield glimpses of a lifestyle practiced more than 5,000 years ago. X-rays speak of lifelong physical stress, broken ribs, heavily worn joints, arthritis. In his left foot, signs of frostbite, like that seen in high-altitude climbers today. With an endoscope, scientists remove a sample from the Iceman's stomach and found remnants of meat and grain, his last meal. His lungs made a startling sight, blackened by hours spent near open fires in close, smoky quarters. Clinging to tatters of the Iceman's fur clothing, grains of primitive wheat suggest he had passed through a farming community near harvest time. Found frozen in the snow near his body, a slowberry also helped pinpoint the season of his death. The fruit ripens in early autumn. At the discovery site, now determined to be inside the Italian border, researchers sifted through 600 tons of snow. After days of melting and filtering, they recovered part of a plaited grass cloak. Another fragment, the upper edge of the cloak, held hairs that fell from the Iceman's head after death. Chemical analysis would show the hair was heavily coated with copper particles, the kind that are airborne near the smelting of copper ore. Not an unusual finding, if the Iceman was a coppersmith or an assistant to one. Finally, every last inch of the Iceman's body became digital information in a 3-dimensional CAT scan. This virtual Iceman allows for unlimited study without risking the fragile frozen remains. It also provides a ghostly foundation for a skilled artist as he resurrects a traveler from a distant time. Something drives him to the heights, trade or duty. He may be a renegade on the run. He knows the mountains well, but fails to heed the warning signs. Perhaps he has no choice but to press on. He climbs higher than the trees, beyond hope of any kindling to build a fire against the terrible cold. In the lee of a rocky ridge, he'll lay down his belongings and wait out the night. He knows that with sleep comes certain death, but his senses are already numbed. His lonely death deprived him of funeral rites by his people. But this everyday man, frozen in time on his way somewhere, has helped write a new chapter on daily life in prehistoric Europe. In southwest England, Somerset is a region of limestone cliffs and deep gorges. Home to some 3,000 people, the town of Cheddar is known not just for its namesake cheese, but for a series of spectacular caves sculpted by an underground river. Some 9,000 years ago, Ice Age hunters camped here and left one of their dead in the damp darkness. Today, a replica of Cheddar Man marks the spot. He lived before the age of farming, when bears and wolves roamed the land. The oldest complete skeleton found in England. It seems Cheddar Man died of head injuries around age 40. In 1996, a fragment from his tooth was analyzed by scientists at Oxford University. The ancient bone yielded traces of DNA. A tiny fraction of Cheddar Man's genetic fingerprint was revealed. A local television producer decided to test whether any of Cheddar Man's descendants were still living in the area today. The high school became involved in his experiment. Students from local families were asked to donate DNA samples.
Why are those two unpopular, and who are they unpopular with?
History teacher Adrian Target, himself a native of the Somerset region, helped coordinate the volunteers. A simple cheek swab was all it took to collect the necessary cells for DNA analysis. To make up an even 20, Target donated a sample too. At Oxford University, the DNA was parsed and sorted. Within weeks, results were in.
On the basis of what we've got here, that would be an identical match, which would mean that they had a common maternal ancestor. So who do we match this up with? Let's see.
Number 12.
Number 12. So who's number 12?
On a Friday afternoon, the volunteers were assembled to hear the news.
You're all agog, no doubt, to know who it is. Who's related to the caveman found in Cheddar? Yes? What would you feel like if it was one of you? Because it's probably going to be of interest to people all over the world that there is a link over 9,000 years to this person found in the cave. Think you could stand the publicity and the visits to California and wherever? Yes? So, who is it? It's Adrian Target.
Thank you very much.
This is the man that's closest related to Cheddar Man.
I'm overwhelmed.
How do you feel about that, Adrian?
Bit surprised. I was just about to say, I hope it's not me.
Adrian, what was your instant reaction when you were told that you had this amazing line back 9,000 years to a caveman?
Well, it was a great shock, but then I realised that was why I'd been put in next to the person who was doing the filming.
Yeah.
The study of dead DNA is becoming a powerful tool for unraveling relationships long buried in the past. It can help illuminate patterns of gene flow between ancient populations, or family ties among rulers in a bygone dynasty. DNA gave this man the oldest documented pedigree in the world. But there's more to it for Adrian Target.
It's essentially about our roots and connections in families. And I think at heart, most people want to know more about themselves, where they come from. And of course, this story does just that.
The goal of archaeology is to understand our past. Much of what we know about long-vanished peoples comes from the excavation of their graves. This work has shed light on the very roots of humanity, but it has also disturbed the sacred sites of earlier cultures. In recent years, the collecting and handling of human remains have become more controversial as native peoples around the world demand a new respect for their ancestors. The conflict is especially heated in North America. In the last century, countless Indian burials have been stripped bare. Today, museums and institutes across the United States house the remains of some 300,000 Native Americans. In 1927, this 1,000-year-old burial site in Illinois was opened to the public. The Dixon Mounds Museum would prosper. But in the 1980s, Native Americans registered complaints about the exposed skeletons. By the 1990s, protests were held outside the museum.
In our own land. So this movement, the American Indian movement, is said to be first a spiritual movement.
To political activist Vernon Belcourt of the Ojibwe tribe and to many others, the burial display was deeply disturbing.
We practice our spiritual way of life. We still have our language, our prayer songs, and many of us who follow the traditional teachings of our grandfathers and grandmothers, we then take exception when we see our burial sites being desecrated and the physical remains of our ancestors who are an open burial pit for tourists and others to witness. We decided to take some direct action.
In 1991, Belcourt and 4 other activists were forcibly removed from the museum for attempting to rebury the skeletons. One year later, museum officials closed the display and completely covered it with earth. Under a law passed in 1990, federally funded institutions have begun to return Indian remains to their tribes. Native peoples in Australia, New Zealand, Africa, and elsewhere are calling for similar policies. Across time and space, the voices of the dead still reach us in the most surprising ways. In 1991, a British housewife purchased a book at an antique market near her home in the town of Bromsgrove. Since childhood, Elizabeth Knight had been captivated by Native American culture. Her new book included a 1920s essay about an Indian chief who visited London and never returned home. It was the story of Chief Longwolf. Legend has it he was a seasoned Sioux warrior who fought at Little Bighorn. Documents suggest he was one of several Indian prisoners of war released by the U.S. government to the custody of Buffalo Bill Cody. In 1892, Cody's Wild West show toured Europe. Chief Longwolf, at age 59, was the oldest performer in the troupe. In London, the show was applauded by Queen Victoria, but Longwolf developed pneumonia. As he lay dying, he asked his wife to take his body back to the land of his ancestors. But on June 13th, he was buried under the sign of the Wolf in London's Brompton Cemetery. His wife and child returned home. In time, his gravesite was forgotten. The chief's final wish touched Elizabeth deeply.
I had the book for a couple of weeks, and I put the book back on the shelf several times, but eventually I had to take it down and said to my husband, I'll have to do something about this because it's really bothering me.
Some 35,000 gravestones rise from the grounds of Brompton Cemetery. On May 1st, 1992, Elizabeth searched the aisles until she found the weathered wolf.
I made a vow to try and help him, to try and find his family, because I knew his spirit would forever wander.
Half a world away, in Tempe, Arizona, Longwolf was far from forgotten. A retired mechanic, John Blackfeather, was born and raised in South Dakota, not far from the site of Wounded Knee. John had always known his great-grandfather was buried in London, but he had no idea exactly where.
I've been hearing about Longwolf ever since I was about 5 years old. My mother always talked about trying to find him, but still, we didn't know how to go about finding him. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
In 1992, John's wife spotted a newspaper article that changed everything. Elizabeth Knight's letter marked the beginning of 4 years of planning and fundraising.
Maybe you should write her a letter to her right away and
I always knew that he would one day come home. I never thought I'd be involved with it 100 years later, but I did.
September 25th, 1997, the Blackfeather family come to London to claim one of their own.
It's not a sad day for us. It's going to be like a great homecoming for him when we get him back to South Dakota.
I'm so pleased to see you.
For Elizabeth Knight, it is a day of promises kept.
This is a moment of resolution, of achievement and blessing.
It was the most extraordinary day of my life. And I'm sure Longwolf's spirit was there.
On September 28, 1997, Lone Wolf is laid to rest in a small cemetery in Wolf Creek, South Dakota. His descendants reenact an ancient rite, this gesture of love beyond death. More than anything else, it may be what makes us human. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. We walk in their footsteps. We live on their graves. Each time we speak their names or honor their ways, perhaps they do live again. To be remembered and nothing more. That alone may be the secret to immortality.
Some call it the White Death, and an ancient riddle asks, what flies without wings, strikes without hands, and sees without eyes? Every year, more than 1 million avalanches fall worldwide. Avalanches are simply part of our planet's natural order. It is only when we get in their way that tragedy strikes. Utilizing unique methods, we continue our quest to better understand the dynamic power of raging snow. But the magic of the mountains lures us. More and more place themselves in harm's way.
My machine just moved over me and everything just started moving. And I just yelled, I just screamed, "Help me, God."
My whole life's flashing in front of my eyes. You go to inhale and you were just inhaling a mouthful of snow. I was sure I was gonna die.
They're not to be trusted. They're awesome, terrible things. They'll rip you to shreds. You know, they'll Maytag you. Something that we need to learn something about.
Annapurna, in Nepal, one of the most dangerous mountains in the world. October 15th, 1997. Brothers Jose Antonio and Jesus Martinez Novas, veteran mountain climbers from Spain, plan to ascend over 26,000 feet to the summit. Cameraman Alejandro Rocha is to record their departure from Camp 2 and then await their return.
Nos vemos.
Yeah.
Venga. 6.
Recent storms have left deep snow on the mountainside. It is slow going as the brothers set off to establish Camp 3, some 3,000 feet higher on the peak. An hour after they begin to climb, they are just 2 tiny dots on the face of the mountain, as Alejandro shoots video from the tent. As he faces death, Alejandro captures a final self-portrait. But just as it reaches the tent, the avalanche is spent. Alejandro is astonished to find himself alive, but has little hope for his friends.
¿Estáis bien? ¿Estáis bien?
Like specters, they emerge from the white, eager to tell their tale.
Tranquilo, tranquilo. Pedazo de luz que nos pilló. Casi nos deja secos, tío. Me quedo viendo para arriba y al rato una nube de polvo allá arriba en el alto. Y digo a Tony que se meta debajo de un serás, ¿no? Y yo también voy. Y en esto que ya llega. Y es lo que puedes ver en la máquina después. Todo el mogollón ese. Nos dejó sin aliento, sin respiración. Todo aquel polvo. Y la luz más grande que vimos hasta ahora. El más grande, barriendo toda la ruta que sube del campo 2 al campo 3. Estuvimos debajo de la nieve por lo menos un minuto. ¿Cuánto la batalla de hoy a la mañana?
Venga, cuéntanos.
Salió un murmullo de la montaña. Pero apenas se notaba.
The following day, the weather got worse, and they were driven off Annapurna. Some 20% of the Earth's landmass is crowned by mountains. In the Andes, the Caucasus, the Himalaya, the Alps, and the Rockies, avalanches exert their terrible power. 100,000 fall every year in the United States from Vermont to Alaska. And here, deep in the backcountry of Alaska, 3 experts are seeking to photograph the perfect avalanche. With cinematographer Steve Kreschel, world-renowned avalanche experts Doug Fessler and Jill Fredston are here both to trigger the snowslide and ensure the safety of Kreschel's film crew.
I realize the power of the avalanche, and I try to capture that on film. I mean, it really rouses people. It stirs in all of us something, I don't know, primeval. It's very interesting. But to get those images, I must go down into these dangerous zones where the avalanche is going to come down. And if I make a mistake, if I'm wrong, it'll cost me my life. So being with people like Doug and Jill, who are experts in snow safety to a T, that's what their main objective is, to make sure that I don't get killed.
I'm aware of the lighting conditions that he wants, and I'm aware of the kind of avalanche he'd like to have. But sometimes I feel like I have to do a little reality check, because there's exposure from crevasse fields that are in the runout zone that people could fall down. You have avalanche potential if they're on adjoining slopes. And so those are the things that I'm looking at. First and foremost, I want to make it a safe spot.
When we go along this ridge to this little peak where that cornice is, just go right along so I can look out.
This is a good spot, isn't it, Doug?
Well, it's good so far up there, but this kind of concerns me, all these seracs up above as far as landing down there. We'll have to take a look at that.
This is the peak right here. That should rip out, Doug. I believe it'll rip out. Doesn't that look good to you?
I don't like it because of the crevasses and the exposure to some of these chunks of ice up here coming off. I don't think it's safe.
It takes several hours to find the spot that satisfies everyone.
Well, it looks like we could drop charges right in that little pocket there where the cornice is.
Doesn't that look good to you?
Yeah.
Lower her in there like it's my unborn son.
One camera is positioned inside a padded steel crash box, which is placed directly in the path of the avalanche. Timing is everything in this mission. The camera must begin shooting when the avalanche is triggered, or it will all be for nothing.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Let me know when you start.
Okay. In your mark, get set, and go.
Steve positions himself behind a second camera at a safe distance.
Second one out.
Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Several sticks of high explosives will be used to trigger the avalanche. Most avalanches are naturally triggered when the weight of the snow exceeds its ability to hold together, and most of these occur far from human eyes.
I think the usefulness of seeing avalanches in motion is that a lot of the people that we deal with in our avalanche workshops have never seen an avalanche in motion before. But when they see this thing in motion and they see the power that's associated with an avalanche, it's a wake-up alarm.
Like the snowflakes they're composed of, no two avalanches are alike. Even very small avalanches can kill, and the big ones are true monsters. They can attain speeds of over 200 miles per hour, traveling a mile or more on level ground. No place in avalanche country is entirely safe. In 1988, the Austrian town of St. Anton which had not experienced an avalanche in over 60 years, was struck just after dawn. Houses which had stood for almost 400 years were destroyed in an instant. Remote areas in less developed countries are the hardest hit. The greatest known avalanche disaster took place in Peru, where an ice slide decimated the town of Yungay, killing 18,000 people.
They're awesome, terrible things. They'll rip you to shreds, you know, they'll maytag you. But they're also beautiful to watch. They're delicate, they're graceful, they dance. They're a double-edged sword in that sense. And, they're not to be trusted. They're something that we need to learn something about.
In the Western world, most avalanche victims place themselves in the path of danger and see the mountains as a playground, beautiful and benign.
The interesting thing about avalanche accidents is that most of them happen on nice blue sky days. It's also very interesting to me that roughly 95% of the people who are caught in avalanches are the ones who triggered the avalanche. And really, the question isn't really why is so-and-so getting caught, it's why do they let themselves get caught? Because there's so much knowledge available today that nobody needs to get caught in an avalanche by accident.
The trap is set over a period of time. One snowflake is light as a feather, but the stealthy accumulation of trillions can form massive layers weighing millions of pounds. What triggers slides can only be discovered by digging into the snowpack. Doug Fessler introduces a group of students to the deadly archaeology of a slab avalanche.
And what kind of force is it going to take to rip it out? That's all I really need to know. So first of all, do I have a slab? I'll start feeling here, and I feel resistance as I pull down. It goes fairly hard to begin with. Now it's starting to go a little easier. A little more resistance again. And right here, it's a little bit easier. Right through here, it's a crust layer. Now it's very easy right in there. Another shear plane possibly. This is a nasty shear plane. Look how this stuff just falls out of here.
Shear planes allow colossal avalanches to be set off by the slightest disturbance.
Of information. We're corroborating the opinion we have about the hardness and the weakness of these various layers. This stuff is so weak, it just falls out. Intermediate faceted snow, the sugar snow. More people have probably died in the world as a result of this weak layer than any other weak layer there is.
These snow crystals can be more dangerous than dynamite. Fluctuations in temperature cause some crystals to lose cohesion and become slippery. These frozen ball bearings allow everything above to slide.
Down here. Unless I have my hand ready just in case this thing pops out. Okay, now we got a freestanding column. I want to make sure the ski is nice and vertical. You see how that came out? Just like it's spring-loaded. By integrating all of that information together, there should be a picture flashing in front of your mind. And the picture is one of the serious instability that exists from a human-triggered point of view. And so the message there is to stay off of steep, leeward, smooth slopes, because those are the ones that are waiting to eat you. And what I want you to do is on the count of 3, I want you to go 1, 2, 3, up in the air, and then punch your heels in real hard. Ready, Bonsai Warriors? Hey, 1, 2, 3, Bonsai! Good.
An avalanche on the move is a dynamic event. A slab will rip out new slabs, transforming, becoming ever larger, and triggering billowing clouds of powder. Fortunately, nature can warn of avalanches with subtle sights and sounds. But if you're hard blasting a 130 horsepower vehicle at 85 miles per hour, it's unlikely that you'll hear or see any of nature's warnings. Snowmobiles can swiftly invade the heart of avalanche country. Riders enjoy jetting up a steep incline as high as they can, unwittingly teasing a potential avalanche. The game is called high marking. Whoever gets the highest wins. These snowmobilers almost lost it all one morning near Kellogg, Idaho. A friend videotaped the action as a wall of snow came plunging down.
Go, Greg! Go, Greg! Oh, hacksaw, get out of there. Hang on, Greg. Go, Greg. Go, Gregley. Go, Gregley. Man, that's a mountain of snow.
They would all escape unharmed and spend the rest of the afternoon tempting fate on other slopes. But in January 1998, three friends, exhilarated by a crisp, clear day outside of Bend, Oregon, were not so lucky.
It was all virgin snow. It was everything was just smooth and just real billowy and soft looking. And being the first one to make the tracks is kind of a thrill, and that's where you really get your adrenaline going, and just let the throttle do what you can with the machine.
And we could get 20 or 30 miles away from anything and see a lot of country in a day that was nobody else was around.
The snow just looked like a big pillow. It was just smooth and soft looking, and when you got on it, it would kind of fall apart underneath you because there was nothing holding it from below.
Both Art and I looked at this big clearing off to the right of us. Art took a couple stabs at it, and I watched him go up the mountain or go up the slope. He must have went up probably, I don't know, guessing 6, 7, 8 times, and then he came down, and I decided to go up, and I got up on top, and I got stuck. At that point in time, I was pretty much stuck like this, so I got off the low side of my sled and pulled down on my front ski. My machine just moved over me, and everything just started moving.
I was almost to the bottom and getting ready to turn around to go back up. I just got a big push from behind and snow dust everywhere. When the dust had gone down enough, I turned around and my snowmobile was buried to the seat and my legs were buried right along with it. And I turned around and I could see the ski of Brian's snowmobile, but no Brian.
Buried alive, Brian has little more than 30 minutes to live.
And then when everything came to stop, it just turned real dark. My eyes couldn't focus on anything, and I went into a very frantic time frame. After trying to get control of the situation and just calm down, I tried to move anything and everything I possibly could. I tried to move a finger in my glove, inside my glove, and I couldn't even do that.
And I ran up to where his snowmobile was, and looking around, and I didn't see any sign of him. It's about the most helpless feeling you can have. You know that there's somebody that needs help, and you don't have any idea where they are.
The snow was compressed to my chin like this, and I could move. I felt my cheeks moving, and my eyelids. I could only move my stomach inward. I just screamed, and after I calmed down, I just remember saying, "Help me, God."
And we kind of started digging just with our hands. Within just a minute, we realized that wasn't getting us anywhere. We could only dig maybe a foot or two deep. It was just going to take too long. So then I figured out that I thought we needed a probe. And I asked Mark if he had anything, and he said all he had was a saw. So Mark took off with his saw to go find a stick or a tree or something that we can use.
When you try to search for something you can move other than your lips and your eyelids, you surrender. And I just remember surrendering, and I just kind of went to sleep. I didn't know what else to do.
We were probing close to the snowmobile and started working up the hill, and probably within 10 probes I hit something that felt it had some elasticity. It didn't feel solid. And I told Mark, I think I have him.
Brian was seconds from dying of asphyxiation, not just from the lack of air, but from the extreme pressure on his chest. Barely a few feet down, he might as well have been cast in concrete. They reached him just in time and learned a lesson they are eager to share.
In retrospect, there were some signs, and had we been as educated then as we are now about avalanches, we probably would have recognized them. But
the basic bottom line, I think, is just common sense and the awareness, being snow smart out there. Carrying shovels and probes and beepers is a big factor.
And I would like to see the people that are going to go in the backcountry get just some basic survival gear and some basic survival knowledge, and just try to be prepared for some of the events that can happen.
Such events have been happening for thousands of years, and no one has experienced a longer or more grievous struggle with the avalanche than the stalwart people of the Alps. In the great St. Bernard Pass sits a hospice founded in the 11th century to aid and protect weary travelers. Today, the hospice still welcomes those who come to visit the ancestral home of the legendary St. Bernard. In earlier times, both the monks and their dogs quickly responded to travelers in distress. With their keen sense of smell and massive strength, nothing could stop the noble St. Bernard from locating avalanche victims. During the several centuries that the St. Bernard served at the hospice, more than 2,000 lives were saved. But the legendary brandy keg never actually hung around the St. Bernard's neck. The tradition originated with 19th century English painters, beginning with Sir Edwin Landseer. The last thing a hypothermia victim needs is brandy. In World War I, the Alps saw a more sinister response to the danger of the avalanche. When Austrian and Italian armies met here, each side deliberately triggered deadly snowslides upon the other. An estimated 40,000 men were lost in this lethal use of nature. Avalanches are intentionally triggered today. But for an entirely different reason.
Fire in the hole!
Artillery and explosives are used in preemptive strikes, releasing potential avalanches, preparing the mountains for another kind of invasion. Each morning before skiers hit the slopes, the ski patrol hits them first to make them safe. But for some, a tamed mountain is not a sufficient challenge. Extreme skiers seek remote places where the powder is fresh and alive. In 1996, 3 of them were shooting an adventure film that almost ended in disaster. Miraculously, they all survived. Others, filming the glory of unbounded snow sports, have pushed the margin of safety a little too far. these experts escaped with their lives. But near ski resorts, those caught in unsafe areas can find themselves in trouble with the law. Here in Loveland, Colorado, instead of going to jail, this avalanche offender chose to be buried alive.
Bye-bye. I'm kind of scared right now, actually, to tell you the truth.
Buried beneath the snow for up to half an hour, he'll have plenty of time to identify with avalanche victims. And retrieving him is great training for the dogs.
Angel search. That's good.
Easily the furriest and friendliest part of any rescue effort. Rescue dogs often arrive too late to save lives and end up being used to recover bodies. Humans on the scene are usually the only ones who can help in time. Therefore, avalanche safety schools across the country teach as many as possible the techniques of rapid rescue. Avalanche victims are taught various means of escape and survival, such as using swimming motions to stay on top of the slide and creating a breathing space with their hands before the snow hardens. Radio beacons are a modern aid to fast rescue. A transmitter worn by a victim emits a signal that others can home in on. But the best defense remains avoiding the avalanche altogether. The danger is well known. Warnings abound, but sometimes they are discounted or ignored. On January 23, 1998, a French alpine guide broke all the rules as he led a group of teenage hikers and their teachers off of marked trails near Les Ors in the Alps. None of them were wearing beacons. Some of the children slammed into a grove of larch trees they had just walked through, their bodies caught in branches and wrapped around trunks. More than 150 rescuers combed the scene in a heartbreaking search for survivors. Yet it could have so easily been avoided. The group had discussed avalanches and had even watched a video illustrating the risks. But when some of the children questioned the wisdom of hiking that day, they were ignored. The accident gripped the heart of the nation. 11 died. 9 of them school children. It was the worst avalanche disaster to hit France in almost 30 years. 89 years ago, in the Cascade Mountains of Washington, disaster struck travelers who had never expected to even touch snow. Number 25, a Great Northern Railroad passenger train, is followed by number 27, Great Northern's fast mail train. Heavy winter storms trigger avalanches, causing both to stop just before the Cascade Tunnel. On the following day, the tracks are finally cleared, and both trains slowly steam through. The trains are diverted to a side track outside the railroad town of Wellington. There they remain, helpless. Crews work to clear the tracks, but for each foot they clear, another falls. And the peaks above are a looming white wall. Without warning, an avalanche crashes down from the mountains, destroying the cook shack where passengers had eaten the night before. The tracks ahead and the tracks behind are now completely blocked. There is nowhere to go. 5 days pass. Some passengers slog to Wellington for food and comfort, returning to the train to sleep. A few risk the perilous trek to the next town. Everyone else remains. Then on March 1st, around 1:30 a.m., the White Death falls hard from the mountain. A slab, a half-mile long and 20 feet deep, surges over the tracks. Rescue workers follow trails of blood in the snow to unearth bodies. Mothers, daughters, salesmen, sons, lawyers, ranchers, shepherds, and miners crushed beyond recognition in the frozen deluge. The final toll is 96 dead, with 22 survivors. This remains America's worst avalanche disaster. In Europe, the threat of such tragedies has hovered over alpine residents for centuries. Some homeowners, fearing what their ancestors called the avalanche beast, have built barrier walls for protection. A 17th century church meets the avalanche head-on, like a ship plowing through a sea of snow. One of the best protections is the natural one. Dense forests of trees can prevent some avalanches and slow others down. Yet years of mindless deforestation have left some towns hanging precariously on the edge of disaster. Today, as the slow process of reforestation continues, steel and concrete barriers do the work of trees. Although unsightly and expensive, they offer some protection, while the search for better methods continues. With their dense population and mountainous landscape, the islands of Japan are a prime target for avalanche tragedy. A devastating slide hit near Niigata in 1986. It was one of the worst avalanches to hit Japan since World War II. This disastrous slide would provide crucial data for scientists in Japan, prompting Dr. Koichi Nishimura of the Institute of Low Temperature Science at Hokkaido University to begin his research on avalanches. A computer model shows just how the tragic slide progressed. Here in Sapporo, at the site of the 1972 Olympics, he recreates an avalanche on a small scale to increase his understanding of the internal flow of snow. Tracking individual particles of snow as they behave in an avalanche is all but impossible. Nishimura's inspired substitute: over 300,000 ping-pong balls. The behavior of the balls will be fed into a computer to learn more about how hard, how far, and how fast an avalanche will run. Dr. Nishimura hopes to better predict how and where it is safe to build. In Juneau, Alaska, that lesson has still to be learned. As the city has expanded into several avalanche paths, Juneau is a disaster waiting to happen. Just past 5 a.m. on March 22, 1962, above Barron's Avenue in the Highland District, a fast-moving avalanche raced down Mount Juneau and smashed into the neighborhood below. Miraculously, no one was hurt, but there was an immediate public outcry. Yet none of this should have come as a surprise. Avalanches had fallen in the past, and Barron's Avenue lies directly in their path. Studies were commissioned, plans were made, but nothing happened. Mayor Dennis Egan remembers.
The city and borough of Juneau has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars doing avalanche research, doing studies. In fact, what we did was list high hazard areas right on the maps. So when folks see those and go out maybe to purchase a home from someone else and come into our planning department, they'll know that they'll be buying a piece of property that's in a high hazard area. Now, we tried to put language in the deeds when the property was sold and it was refinanced through lending institutions that they were in a high hazard area. But the property owners were violently opposed to it, as well as the financial institutions, and it didn't pass. In fact, we had talked about a program to buy the properties back, and the folks were violently opposed to that as well. It's the place they want to stay, it's the place they want to retire, and they don't want anybody telling them what to do. They know they're in a hazardous zone, but they've come to accept it.
This summer, I started in July, and I've now built this deck, and I'm working on this building, which I'm building as I think of it. I don't have an exact plan, but I know what I want. I want a hot tub right here. I want to be able to see that avalanche come get me. And I guess it's sort of a King Lear thing. Blow ye winds and rage ye hurricanes. I like the weather. I love the weather. It's everywhere.
Apparently the risk of dying in an avalanche is less than that from choking on meat, and I'm not a vegetarian, so, it's just, whatever you do, wherever you live. I mean, people live in floodplains, people live in mud zones, people live in hurricanes. I went to school in Sarasota, Florida, where we waited for hurricanes on a regular basis. There's no place on earth, I don't think, that is completely hazard-free.
My friends, they make jokes about it. They call this Fort Liston. And I get a charge out of it. I think it's pretty funny. And they say, well, we know you're going to be seeing the avalanches coming down. And I say, bring them on.
In 1972, a powder blast rocketed straight into the center of Juneau. Luckily, by the time it hit town, its energy had already dissipated. Many residents thought it was simply a fast and furious local blizzard. A look up should have been enough for all to see the truth. Experts say that it's not a question of if, but when the next disaster will happen. While some choose to live in danger zones, others must earn a living there. One of the most incredible survival stories took place at the Bessie G mine, high in the La Plata Mountains of Colorado. In November 1986, Lester Morlang was working frantically to build a snow shed with his partner, mentor, and best friend, Jack Ritter.
We knew the storm was coming, and we had to get this timber set in place before the storm came. That was the whole purpose, was to keep the old east portal open for our ventilation inside.
Because of winter weather, the Bessie G had only been worked 3 months a year. But Jack Ritter, who knew more about gold mining than just about anyone, had figured out how to operate her year-round. Yet this was the worst weather Jack had seen in over a decade. 2 feet of snow had already fallen, and both men were in a race with the storm. Lester was in the bucket of the skip loader, and Jack was handing him timbers when everything suddenly turned white.
When it initially hit and I come out of the bucket, I'm sure that was only a matter of seconds before I landed, and just naturally you put your hands in front of your face and kind of ball up. You don't know what's happening to you. But for the first few seconds, my whole life's flashing in front of my eyes, and I'm seeing things I could never remember normally, and actually seeing things like my son graduating from college, and I was sure I was going to die right there.
Although the snow was packed loosely around him, Lester Morlang's odyssey had just begun.
When I come to, of course, I had my hands in front of my face and everything was packed, and the first things I could do was get the snow away from my face, because you go to inhale and you were just inhaling a mouthful of snow. And then, of course, I was screaming for Jack, you know, I just screaming and crying and everything all at the same time. I mean, it's trying to take your mind over.
Jack was already dead. And now, buried only a few feet from Lester, the skip loader's diesel engine was spewing deadly exhaust into the snow.
I could feel the vibration in the snow, and I could hear it, definitely hear it. I knew to dig away from it because I knew there'd be a big pocket of gas, for if I'd have dug into that loader, why, that would have been it.
Lester knew where not to dig, but which way was up?
And when I had my face free, I was kind of laying over on my side. I had moisture from my mouth, and I could feel it running across the corner of my eye, so I knew I was laying kind of on my side, head down. So I knew I wanted to start the incline, you know, to get back up.
What Lester couldn't know was that he would have to dig through almost 30 feet of snow, fighting cold, claustrophobia, and a fear so intense it sickened him.
Several times I go into convulsions, and I did throw up. It seemed like about every half hour, why, you had the dry heaves and some convulsions, kind of like attacking you. I wasn't thirsty at first. I knew not to try and eat the snow, but my mouth was drying out and everything, and I'd take a little bit of snow in my mouth just to wet my lips and spit it back out. Every second, every hour, every minute, there's something there wanting you to lose control of your senses. You know, I'm thinking about my family and the position I'd be leaving them in, and a couple times I almost thought my wife was right there with me because I could smell her perfume. It was just as distinct as I know. It was there. I could smell her, and that was good because that kind of gave me some strength to know that somebody was thinking about me.
Many people were thinking about him. Word of the missing miners reached Sheriff Bill Gardner.
As soon as I heard, I knew that this was the real thing. I can't describe the feeling. My heart sunk, my stomach turned, and literally chills went up my spine because I knew what we were up against. This was a significant winter storm. We had snow at least 2 inches an hour. We knew that we had winds in excess of 50 miles an hour. And we knew that the site was totally isolated, that the only way to the site was either by air or through a canyon that was literally Avalanche Alley.
Avalanche safety expert Chris George was brought in to bomb the area, clearing it of potential avalanches, making it safe for the rescue team.
The road into the Bessie G up the La Plata Canyon was already a serious hazard. I mean, just driving that road. Just because one avalanche runs doesn't mean to say that everything else is secured. You know, you'll have 1 or 2 people trapped somewhere. You send another 40 people in there. It's not secure. It's something we have to do.
After almost 22 hours of digging, Lester finally inched closer to freedom.
I could tell I was seeing a little bit of light. And so I was about maybe 2 feet under. And of course the adrenaline started pumping then, and I just started digging and beating and jumping, and I can remember just breaking out and just screaming, thank God, you know, I made it, I can't believe it, I made it. And then to get out in a freezing storm, snowing, blowing, that's when I got cold.
Bitterly disappointed, with no rescue in sight, Lester was forced to return to his snow tunnel for warmth. He attempted to settle in for the night.
I tried to go to sleep and wake up real quick and think, well, I was just in bed and had a bad dream, but a very sad thing when I did wake up, I was still in the cave.
Then, another avalanche hit, burying Lester for a second time.
To hear that crack and that sliding sound, and I just assumed it was going to squash me like a bug in my little hole there, but luckily it just slid over the top. The morning came. I knew, well, I'm going to get started as early as I can. I'm going to dig my way out again. So it was about 6, and I started digging my way out. Of course, I only had a couple, 3 feet of snow to go through. And I got out, and I just started, the only direction I could move was down.
Finally, in mid-morning, the winds abated enough. We sent in Chris George to do our first aerial surveillance of the accident site.
And we flew by the east portal looking for tracks. There was no indication of where that portal was. It was just one smooth angle of snow. I had absolutely no idea that Lester had gotten out and was at what I would say the foot of the mountain, which is quite a desperate descent under any circumstances.
I'll never forget that helicopter flying approximately the same elevation I was, but they were looking, I could look in and see them, and they were looking up at the avalanche. Of course, they didn't expect me where I was, and yeah, it made me mad. I was mad. They just flew past me. I thought I felt prop wash. They were so close. This must have been about a half hour later. I heard the thunder, or what I thought was thunder, and then I realized they were dropping bombs on the slope to secure the slope for the rescuers. So I knew I had to get out of there. I finally got up and got behind a tree, and it wasn't 15 minutes I could hear the roar. It was louder than any thunder you've ever heard.
If the first two didn't get him, the third avalanche certainly wouldn't. Lester was almost to Junction Creek when he heard the sound of the helicopter overhead. This time, they saw him. He was flown 10 minutes away to Mercy Medical Center, where he was treated for severe frostbite. They wanted to cut off several fingers, but Lester held on. With physical therapy and personal strength, his fingers remain.
I can't express the mixture of joy and wonder that someone survived this. I mean, veteran mountaineers and search and rescue people were looking at each other, people were hugging each other, and we were going, we can't believe this is true.
I have read hundreds of reports of avalanches. I've been teaching snow safety for 35 years, been in mountains 40-odd years. To me, it is one of the greatest survival stories I've ever heard of.
It's good for me because it gave me a new outlook, and I'm a lot tougher than I was, and I appreciate things a lot more than I did. Like a nice warm house and a loving family. I'm rich. I didn't need to extract all the gold out of this mine to get rich. I know now what rich is, and I'm rich.
Experience teaches when we pay attention. Wisdom arrives after we learn. Winter will always come. Snow will always fall. All things obey the law of gravity. In the mountains, ignorance and arrogance can place us in harm's way. We have a choice. But if we remain unaware and the mountains continue to lure us, the White Death will strike again and again.
80 million years ago, disaster came to a world ruled by dinosaurs. It came in waves of sand and wind that buried every creature alive. For eons, the dinosaurs lay entombed in a place that would one day be called the Gobi Desert, in a country named Mongolia. Among the dead was one of the strangest dinosaurs that ever lived. It was called Oviraptor. It was swift, smart, lethal. Now only bones tell us about its life and the vicious world it lived in. The bones have given us a glimpse of those ancient times. A dim reflection of life before history. But there is more to the story. Still hidden in the vast emptiness of the Gobi. Now, an ambitious expedition is traveling to that distant desert to uncover the secrets of the Oviraptor's world. They don't exactly look like scientists. Often they're mistaken for each other. But Mike Novacek leads the expedition, along with colleague Mark Norell. They could be taken for surfers, but they're from the American Museum of Natural History. Scientists piecing together an ancient jigsaw puzzle of evolution and extinction.
To me, it's so obviously important. I'm so emotionally bound up in this. I can't imagine why a knowledge of our history, of where we come from, isn't important to a human experience. Could you imagine what it would be like to live in the late 20th century and not know that extinction actually existed?
There's also just a sense of discovery. I mean, every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is pretty neat. Just having a sense of history of what the planet was like and what the planet has gone through, I think just increases our appreciation for our own existence.
Mike and Mark are about to journey to the sun-scorched badlands of the Gobi. It's a desolate area, 500,000 dusty square miles of sand, scrub, and red rock cliffs. But it's a paleontologist version of heaven, for this is where the Oviraptors lived and died, and lay untouched in the earth for millennia. Then in 1922, one of the most famous scientific expeditions in history wound its way toward Mongolia's dinosaur graveyard. Its leader was a charismatic and controversial explorer named Roy Chapman Andrews. Like Mark and Mike, he came from the American Museum of Natural History. But Andrews was an incurable publicity hound and a scientific cowboy. Where his paleontologist used a camel hair brush, Andrews hacked away with a pickaxe. But he found one of the richest dinosaur boneyards in the world. He returned with a spectacular collection of fossils and a library of stunning film images. But in the 1920s, communists seized power in Mongolia. The open door to the West slammed shut. For the next 65 years, the fabulous fossil fields of the Gobi were forbidden territory. Now everything's changed. Only token symbols of Russia's domination remain. Finally, Western scientists can return.
We don't want those onions. They
rot. They rot in 2 days. So I don't know.
Mark and Mike were among the first scientists allowed in. They're now back for their 6th expedition with the Mongolian Academy of Sciences.
3 kilos?
3 kilos.
3 kilos.
Yeah.
All right, ready to rock.
I'm ready to roll.
They have just enough supplies for a short month and a long way to go, retracing Andrews' footsteps on their way to one of the richest concentrations of fossils in the world, a place called Ukatolgad. Over a vast span of time, Ukatolgad was ruled by dinosaurs.
Dinosaur history can be thought of as a great empire that lasted a few 100 million years. That's a significant slice of the history of life.
Imagine that time from the moment the dinosaurs appeared till now is a single day. At midnight, dinosaurs first walked the earth. They're flourishing at noon. They don't go extinct until 5 in the afternoon. Time passes. The first modern man finally appears a minute and a half before midnight. All of our recorded history takes 3.5 seconds. In the Gobi, time seems to have stood still.
The Gobi is such a big place, and it basically has no life support system. We really have to bring everything with us. So all our food, all our fuel, which we're carrying in a fuel tanker, all our supplies have to be treated like we're actually exploring a polar region.
In such a vast area, success is never certain. Even getting there can be a nightmare. Roy Chapman Andrews thought he'd solved the problem in the 20s with a new piece of technology.
When it was announced that we were to attempt a scientific exploration of the Gobi Desert with a fleet of motor cars, men said that we were little less than fools. Only camels had been used in that country. We had 40 men, 8 motor cars, and 150 camels to carry supplies. It was the biggest land scientific expedition ever to leave the United States. Roy Chapman Andrews.
From China, Andrews headed northwest. He left Peking, then crossed over the border. and drove deep into the parched heart of outer Mongolia.
Mongolia, a land of painted deserts dancing in mirage. Mongolia, a land of mystery, of paradox and promise. A thirsty land, a land of desolation. Gazelles, wild asses, and wolves ranged the marching sands. Few explorers had been there, and they brought back tales of thirst, cold, and hunger.
But Andrews found one more thing: mud.
Our average speed was only 4 miles an hour. Rocks, ravines, washouts, and ditches followed one another in rapid succession.
One might imagine that the roads have gotten better. They have not. And even modern Jeeps aren't built for a desert like the Gobi.
We have an electrical problem, and we don't know what it is. It's not a very complicated wiring plan, a Russian Jeep. It's not like a Japanese or American car.
They're up and running. But next, it's a truck's turn.
Piston, huh? We think it's piston number 6.
A critical breakdown could have severe consequences.
End of the expedition, if not the end of our lives.
Maybe we'll make it. Oh, God.
With the nearest gas station some 500 miles away and time already getting tight, things will have to go smoothly from now on.
Oh, we're having some mechanical problems. We think it's a fuel pump, but we're not sure.
This could be way bad.
It seems to me I got this thing in there without doing the twisty deal.
Maybe we'll tow it or
Abandon it. Get on with it.
We can't stay here more than a day.
After more than 12 breakdowns, the vehicles all decide to run at the same time. As they enter the dusty dinosaur fields of the Gobi, they're traveling a long way, backwards in time. Dinosaurs first appeared some 230 million years ago in a world with a different face. The creatures were thriving 100 million years later as South America and Africa split apart. About 75 million years ago, in the late Cretaceous period, dinosaurs began to disappear, leaving only bones behind. Their bones were more motionless than the continents. Then in the 1920s, Roy Chapman Andrews came to a remote place in the Gobi Desert he would name the Flaming Cliffs.
It was a likely-looking place. There appeared to be medieval castles with spires and turrets, brick red in the evening light, colossal gateways, walls and ramparts. A labyrinth of ravines and gorges studded with fossil bones make a paradise for the paleontologist. Without a doubt, there were hundreds of bones lying just beneath the surface. But where? If only my eyes could pierce that baffling surface and get a glimpse of what lay concealed.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils. Andrews and his team had stumbled onto the mother lode of dinosaur bones. They discovered the remains of some 200 different animals, many of them completely new species. The fossils revealed a world that Andrews found alien and terrifying.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
It was an image our culture nourished for generations. Dinosaurs were fierce, monstrous, and not all that bright. Many of the new ideas about dinosaurs are coming from the amazing boneyard called Ukatolgad. The team discovered the site 3 years ago. Now, to get to the dinosaurs, all they have to do is find it again.
The maps in general are pretty lousy for the Gobi Desert. The towns on those maps are myths in many cases. We don't even pay any attention to any of the roads marked on those maps. They're completely wrong.
Even a satellite tracking system doesn't always help.
So the satellite may know where you are, but the road you need may be in a completely different direction. So the roads here are very confusing. There are no signs, and many of them lead nowhere.
Mandalobo. Mandalobo is here. So we're gonna go like this. Yeah. We're a little off course. We're not really lost. We're just a bit off course. So we've got to go this away and that away.
At times, you have to go in circles to move forward. Roy Chapman Andrews, too, spent more than a few days wandering the Gobi. But in the end, he blundered into a discovery that stunned the world. A member of his expedition literally stumbled across a critical link in the great chain of being.
On July 13th, George Olson reported that he had found some fossil eggs. We did not take his story very seriously. Nevertheless, we were all curious enough to go with him to inspect his find. There could be no mistake. Our paleontologist finally said, "Gentlemen, there is no doubt about it. You are looking at the first dinosaur egg ever found."
The discovery made Roy Chapman Andrews a national hero. But the eggs were not alone. Lying above the nest was a bizarre skeleton, a bird-like dinosaur unknown to man. It had apparently been caught in the act of murder, stealing the eggs. So it was forever cursed with the name Oviraptor, Latin for egg thief. It would be years before we discovered the strange truth about the animal called Oviraptor. In the late 20s, the winds of change blew fiercely over the great dinosaur fields of Mongolia. That's when Roy Chapman Andrews was forced to leave the Gobi forever.
We are more than ever convinced that Central Asia was a paleontology Garden of Eden. Still, we have shown the way, have broken trail, as it were. Later, others will reap a rich harvest.
Decades later, Mark and Mike are hoping to find the treasures that Andrews left untouched in the sand. After more than a week in the blistering Gobi, they finally reach their goal, the brown hills of Ukatolgad. With all the delays, they've only got 2 weeks to work. This is the place where they've pinned all their hopes. With luck, a year of shifting sands has exposed more bones. But even here, there are no guarantees.
It is possible to fail in the Gobi. It's a huge area, a huge tract of land. There are lots of rocks, but they don't all contain fossils. You can drive to what looks like the most tantalizing set of badlands you can possibly imagine and not find one scrap of bone. It's a treasure hunt in a way, and it is sort of like finding a needle in a haystack.
But on this day, discovery and elation are immediate.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, oh, ooh, wonderful. Yes, that's nice. There's the claws. Nice. The side of the skull here.
These are the teeth sticking
You can
up
see these
right
teeth,
here.
yeah. Each one of these is a socket for a tooth.
Yep.
Pretty big.
This is the hand claw.
Okay.
Has this big thing right here on it. Retractor bulge. And it's a hand of an oviraptor. Got medium.
They've hit the jackpot. Among their first finds are oviraptors, the creature Andrews knew as egg thief.
That's it. Nice.
Yeah, this is
oviraptor.
Here's a big male. Considering that oviraptor is one of the rarest dinosaurs in the world, and there'd only been a handful of specimens found before we discovered this place, where we found 25. I mean, today we found at least 5 just in the first 20 minutes.
This is really not what paleontology is like. Most of the time, you don't go find 12 skeletons in a half an hour.
There's another one right there, too.
Yeah. Each one of these little mounds of little white flecks sticking out there, that's the eroded rubble of
the sands of Ukatolgad, moving toward a tragic destiny.
I think this was an oasis 80 million years ago. There are huge numbers of dinosaurs and other vertebrates congregating around maybe some water. And on occasions, not just one event, but on several occasions, these animals were buried in these sands. We'd have to imagine an enormous sandstorm or an enormous force bearing down on these creatures for such a disaster. Some of the dinosaurs almost look like they're trying to swim to the surface, much like a skier in an avalanche, caught in some cases in their struggle to get out of this sand avalanche or great wall of sand that engulfed them. Perhaps they suffocated in the sand. Hey, I just swept there. Now you've made it all dirty again. Take pride in my work. So next year we'll bring some dust busters.
The prehistoric sandstorm buried dinosaurs at every stage of life. And on their first expedition here, Mark and Mike made an unprecedented discovery: a nest with eggs. And inside one was an embryo. The embryo of an oviraptor, like a dinosaur on the half-shell. Here was the vicious carnivore, the egg thief, just a tiny baby about to hatch. It was an important discovery, a secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life. This year, they're hoping to find out more about the oviraptor and its fate. There's growing excitement on the far side of the ridge. They think they've found a completely new kind of dinosaur, a relative of the oviraptor, and it may shed light on what ultimately happened to the dinosaurs.
We have no idea what this is.
It's a really big animal. It might be something new. This specimen has a lot of important implications that go beyond just being a really beautiful object, so it's exactly what we wanted to find. We hope.
The skeleton is what's important. Mark and Mike believe that these bones may help prove an exciting theory, that some dinosaurs actually evolved. They evolved into creatures that are still alive today. The bones tell the story. There are uncanny similarities in the skeletons of certain dinosaurs, like these. And modern birds. Almost without doubt, they shared a close common ancestor. And each new find may help prove that dinosaurs did not really go extinct, that birds, in fact, are dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs need to be thought of as incredibly successful animals that exist with us today. We just call them birds.
Our skies are filled with dinosaurs.
It's a bad metaphor to use to call something like dinosaur-like, you know, just because it's old, obsolete, ugly, stupid, and slow. I mean, that's not what these animals are all about. I mean, it's like the swifts flying around here and things. I mean, they're a type of dinosaur, and that they're still with us now. And the closest relative to birds is these small carnivorous dinosaurs that we've collected in these red rocks.
At day's end, hopes are high that this new find will help connect the dots between dinosaurs and birds. The feeling of anticipation is palpable, if not always exactly in key. First thing in the morning, they're back at the site.
So we hope we got something we can identify eventually.
So Mike, work on that. Kill that beetle while you're at it.
Here we go, Mark. Okay, pry it out.
As they pry the rock open, they sense trouble.
Yeah.
Hello.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
We're a bunch of scutes, maybe. I'm afraid to say.
Could it be a theropod with arms?
No.
Well, there could be, but
it's not known to science.
I think what we're looking at is that there's a dead theropod right there that's gone, and we're excavating an ankylosaur.
And the ankylosaurs are among the most common dinosaurs around. It's not a new dinosaur at all. It's not even related to birds.
How sure are you?
Clean.
I'm sure this is an ankylosaur. I mean, I'm like 100%
So just want to just go away? Okay.
What they want to do now is give up.
All that work.
Today, the dinosaur hunters have tracked down approximately zilch.
Well, you win a few and you lose a few. That's just... I don't feel too good right now. I'm tired.
They've spent 2 fruitless days working in the blistering heat. But tomorrow will be another day. With any luck, a better one. Instead, nature decides to add insult to injury.
As Mongolian would say, Ik boro. It's raining.
Sounds like I'm bored.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm bored, yeah. With $1 in my hand and an aching in my arm, my pocket's full of sand.
The sun burns off the disappointment. It's a new day and a new dig. This find is not a new species. It's not related to birds, and it's not an oviraptor. But it probably was the oviraptor's prey. It's an animal called Protoceratops.
They called these guys the cows of the Cretaceous. They were sort of everywhere. They roamed around, they think maybe in herds. And
It's full of spikes. We actually call it spiky now. Yeah.
we've sort of bonded with this one.
These are the eyes and the snout. So we're looking at the scalp from the top. These are chick spikes and the frill covering the neck here. This one kind of
Protoceratops was a bizarre dinosaur, a hog-sized animal with a beak like a parrot's, a strict vegetarian that grazed the ancient Gobi. Around its head was an elaborate shield, but the shield didn't protect it from its enemies. Enemies like the oviraptor. And that's exactly what the team digs up next. Oviraptors, a pair of them, lying so close together they seem to describe an ancient romance.
Yeah, we're kind of fond of them.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out what names to give them.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Ozzie and Harriet, Romeo and Juliet.
Batman and Robin.
Well, we have a hypothesis they were holding hands. They were sort of reaching for each other across the miles.
The star-crossed oviraptors are given the permanent nicknames of Romeo and Juliet.
So we have one hand just down here. This is the other one. Krista now is gluing another hand. And this is, of course, the neck coming up and the head and the hip bone. And over here, we have a claw.
It's a long, hard process to excavate the past, but they've done it before. Over the last few years, they've uncovered a world of almost preposterous beings. Some are related to birds. Others are even related to us. Our tiny ancestors, mammals that lived alongside the oviraptors. Most of these mammals were small, like early mice and shrews. But these insignificant creatures gradually evolved into all the mammals of our world. The cats, the aardvarks, the whales, and even human beings. But sometimes evolution has to take a back seat to hygiene.
We don't have much water here, so it's kind of hard to keep things clean. I thought I packed more shorts. For some reason, I messed up. I've got these on delicate. Yeah, personal grooming is a passion of the camp here. The team spends a lot of time making sure that they're groomed, looking their best at all times.
Because you never know. There may be some formal affairs in a nearby village that you might need to attend.
There are only a few days left. It's time for the second act of Romeo and Juliet. The oviraptors await a sheltering shroud of rags and plaster. They're now in the skillful hands of preparator Amy Davidson.
I love skeletons. I actually never was that into dinosaurs as a kid, but I've always loved bones. And I have a background as a sculptor, and I've always admired the skeletons that we all have inside us is some of the most beautiful sculpture on Earth. And these fossil skeletons look almost as well preserved as yesterday's camel skeleton, but they're a dinosaur, you know. These fossils are forever.
It almost lasted forever. For 80 million years, Romeo and Juliet lay together, reaching toward each other in death. What were they like in life? Did they hunt together, share food with each other, fight with each other? Or was this love among the oviraptors? Scientists may never know for certain if the bird-like oviraptors fell in love. But now there's a new find that digs even deeper into the private lives of the dinosaurs, a place paleontologists usually enter only in their best dreams.
Oh yeah, it's farther down.
They've discovered another oviraptor. And then, in the dirt below the skeleton, eggs, an entire nest.
How many eggs now revealed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 3 over there, 12.
12 eggs. All right.
There's another one coming out right here. Now, this is really a great fossil find because it's one of the rare instances where we can capture a little bit of behavior that's 80 million years old.
Here we have a sort of a day in the life or the death of a creature, of a dinosaur, in association with something it did during its life.
This one was fossilized where it dropped, and it happened to drop right on top of its own nest.
She didn't just drop there. The good mother oviraptor was sitting on the nest. They probably brought food to their nest, as birds do. And the good mother tended her eggs. Like a bird, she prodded them into a circle. The fearsome carnivore of the Gobi was parenting. So the story of the dinosaur named Egg Thief has finally come full circle. The oviraptors watched over their eggs and took care of the nest. Now they will never be seen as simply nightmare creatures again. The dig has been everything the team could hope for. But to see what they've really got, they have to get all the fossils safely out of the ground, and then take them on a trip exactly halfway round the world. Sheathed in plaster, Romeo and Juliet are now heavy, but dangerously delicate, like Rice Krispies wrapped in concrete.
No, you went that way. Okay, go that way. Sorry, I thought you meant push back. It's perfect. It's beautiful, Amy. More. Okay. Nothing came out. Yeah. All right, Amy. Yeah.
So far, so good. Now they have to convince the good mother oviraptor to come down from her hillside perch. It's like moving a grand piano off a cliff. Juliet proved just as stubborn.
I'm happy. Just drive slowly, please. It's not there yet. Could get lost in the mail.
They do get lost in the mail. The Good Mother Oviraptor and Romeo and Juliet are trucked east. And then they disappear, lost somewhere in China. After 4 months bound up in Chinese red tape, the dinosaur fossils finally make it to their destination, the American Museum of Natural History in New York. The first arrival is Juliet. She's headed for Amy's lab, where if all goes well, they'll find out what ancient secrets lie beneath the recent coat of plaster.
I'm really glad this is here. This is great. From the summer in the Gobi to the winter in New York City.
Juliet is now a seasoned world traveler. After 80 million years of repose, she's the new kid on the block.
There's a lot of questions at this point. There could be anything in here. I have a feeling that this one's gonna be a nice skeleton. Oh, this is my guess. A nice skeleton, hopefully with a skull all laid out. It's pretty fun. And it's all mine.
It's a tricky business. Millimeters make all the difference.
Yeah, this is good. I'm really glad I didn't saw through a bone in the process. It's weird. It's just opening this little window into this world I was living last summer. Yeah, this looks good.
After all this work, they still don't know if Juliet is an important specimen, whether her skeleton is perfect or a total ruin.
Oh, this is great. I'm really psyched because this is the skull. It does have a skull. We're really, really happy. I like it, you know, working late at night. It's really hard to go home because I just look at it and say, I can't believe this. It's traveled 80 million years and halfway around the world, and it's sitting here, and you know, it's a dinosaur.
Working late tonight?
And it's so beautiful. It's the more I work on it, the more you see this natural sculpture. My work just sort of disappears and this beautiful thing comes out of the rock.
The process takes weeks. Finally, Juliet is revealed in all her splendor. She's everything they've been hoping for. Perhaps the most perfect specimen ever found. A dinosaur for the ages.
It's a beautiful fossil. In fact, I think that this is probably the best prepared and the best preserved oviraptor that's yet been worked on from our expedition or even anywhere in the world. I think we're going to have to be able to relish in the fruits of last summer for many years to come. Makes you wonder what's still out there.
She's more than a pretty face. These bones will help us trace the evolution of dinosaurs into birds. Meanwhile, Juliet makes a scientist dream about the world she left behind.
I think what fascinates me is the broad picture. What was it like if you were flying in a little Piper Cub over that area like some of the bush pilots do over the Serengeti? What would it look like then? All those dinosaurs and the mammals and the lizards and the goby.
After 6 long summers, Mark and Mike have uncovered the hidden secrets of the goby, making Juliet's world feel almost real.
You could picture a lake, perhaps, and some cliffs, and a bunch of oviraptors on a cliff like a colony of seabirds, perhaps. And a bunch of these tank-like ankylosaurs lumbering around near the pond. And perhaps a herd of protoceratops wandering through, and every once in a while, a vicious velociraptor coming over the hill to nab something.
And we can imagine the oviraptors, Romeo and Juliet hunting together, and the good mother minding her eggs. Unnoticed in its low station is our own ancestor, a tiny, tense creature lost among the powerful beings of the ancient goby. Disappear from the face of the earth, along with most of the creatures of their world.
From our perspective, of course, this mass extinction event is not a big problem because we're part of the group that survived and started evolving into bats and large hoofed animals and lions and tigers and bears, and ultimately humans.
Ultimately, humans, like the oviraptors and most of the dinosaur kingdom, may not be able to count on permanent residence on Earth.
Every species that's ever lived has become extinct or will become extinct. And whether extinction is due to the total decimation of a population or whether it's due to the evolution of that species into another species, nevertheless, everybody becomes extinct eventually. So in that view, we've had it.
Some species lived and then died out, a story like any other story. Others evolved, changed, and lived on. So perhaps a message about our own future is encoded in these silent remnants of the past.
The only real knowledge we have of our distant biological past is from the fossil record. And it gives us a sense of who we are and where we sit in the world and what that world might become.
Time is the hardest rock to pierce, and the story of life, with its infinite changes, is the greatest mystery we have. But the expedition has been blessed with luck. They've gazed into the past and brought the violent and tender world of the oviraptor that much closer to our own.
Africa's Kalahari is 100,000 square miles of dust and blowing sand. But in this place, where dry winds vibrate with the sounds of life, one creature lives by the faintest whispers and cries. These are bat-eared foxes, and they survive here because of their enormous oval ears. From their first days as pups, they enter an unforgiving world where their survival will depend on detecting sounds, whether it's a meal hiding in the dirt or danger approaching on silent cat feet. And at night, when vision dims, they truly come into their own. Hunting their prey, dodging those that stalk them. This is the story of one family's struggle to survive. A year in the realm of the desert fox. In an isolated corner of Botswana, along the dried-out bed of the Nosab River, A fox we call Celine keeps her small eyes and big ears wide open. Together, she and her mate, Ajax, have found a home in this inhospitable land. They've borrowed a den from their closest neighbors, the meerkats. Celine and Ajax need the underground shelter. It's November, early summer in the Kalahari, and the foxes are raising a family. As afternoon draws to a close, Celine heads off in search of food, leaving Ajax behind to babysit. Only 3 weeks old, the pups are just beginning to emerge from the den, and Ajax is a protective father. But these 4 little bundles of fur will prove enough to challenge even the most watchful parent. There's Ajax's daughter, Flash, and her 3 brothers. Adventure is the explorer, always first out of the den. Kinky has a bent tail, and as his father can see, a feisty little disposition. Unlike the runt of the litter, Little Joe. The young pups are growing up in a dangerous world, but in this part of the Kalahari, there's a neighborhood watch. A meerkat sentry, keeping an eye peeled for predators. Ever vigilant in a precarious realm, the meerkats are extremely protective of their young. And what these animals lack in ears, they make up for with their eyes. A guard is always ready to raise the alarm. They spot the neighborhood menace, a black-backed jackal on the prowl. From a distance, he may look like another fox, but he's a definite threat to their young. Ajax senses the coming danger, rising to meet the threat. The jackal is bigger, but when it comes to defending his pups, the little fox is ready to fight. Unlike his adversary. The end of the dry season brings many animals to the No-Sob riverbed in search of water and a place to graze. The bat-eared fox's home range can extend up to 2 square miles of this scrubland, an area they constantly forage for food. In daylight, Celine often hunts by scent or sight. Termites are a dietary staple, and it's no problem finding them as they scamper in the dirt. As night falls, her hunt does not stop. Instead, it begins in earnest. The dark hours are a dangerous time to be alone in the Kalahari. But Celine is now in her element, and all night she will rely on her ears. She uses those unmistakable ears like radar, and they guide her to meals burrowed underground. By comparison, a scorpion is loud and dangerous. But bat-eared foxes will eat them, stinging tail and all. The jackal also stalks at night, and Celine's determined to send him on his way. Arching her back and bristling her hair, she confronts the intruder and defends her ground. But the jackal isn't up for a fight tonight. A cautious victor, Celine sees him off. Then settles down to the more productive business of listening. This time, her search is interrupted by an unfamiliar sound. It's another bat-eared fox, crippled and on the run. This little one was most likely injured by a predator. Now it will be lucky to last the night. Celine recognizes her own species, but she can't afford to stay. His injury is a magnet for danger, and in the night, danger comes in the form of lions. The crippled little fox never had a chance. The Kalahari is home to many predators, and bat-eared foxes are always at risk. Next morning, Ajax is still keeping watch over the pups, waiting for his turn to feed. Adventure is already up and about, investigating. Flash, on the other hand, never misses a chance to get in a little extra grooming and a snuggle with her father. Little Joe and Kinky stick close to the burrow. There's relative safety by the den. Especially when a meerkat sentry sounds the local alarm. It seems some new neighbors moved in during the night, and the meerkats aren't at all happy about it. They're Cape foxes, and they're not welcome. They may be relatives of the bat-ears, but these are full-blooded omnivores. They'll eat anything, even a meerkat baby. One Cape fox youngster has been left at the den while its parents are off on a hunt. He's just a pup, no real threat, but the meerkats want to bully him out. They inch their way closer, testing the wind, just in case his parents return. Then they set out to give him a good scare. The young Cape fox is frightened, but no more than those who torment him. The truth is, even half a dozen meerkats don't amount to much of a threat. And now it may be too late. The mother Cape fox is on the horizon. Cape fox parents may spend more time away from home than the bat-ears, But they do eventually return, which could mean trouble for the meerkats. As the mother heads back to her youngster, the meerkat guards are clearly agitated. But there's nothing they can do except stand by and watch. With the father returning to the burrow as well, there's no question. They're outgunned. The mother tends to her offspring, but it's the meerkats that need consoling. They built this neighborhood, but now it's been taken over. They gather the troops and leave. Safe neighborhoods are hard to find on the open Kalahari. They stop often to check their surroundings. For Ajax's family, this departure could be a problem. Their early warning system has just fled across the desert. In a dry riverbed not far away, the meerkats arrive at a new home, one they excavated earlier. Still, it has to be inspected. Sure enough, there are other occupants. Another family of bat-eared foxes. The meerkats decide to stay. The bat-eared foxes will chase away any jackals that could come near. While protecting their young, they'll be guarding the meerkats as well. For the second fox family, the meerkat alarm system is extremely useful. There's always at least one meerkat on guard. The only other animals around are a harmless group of ground squirrels. The new place seems safe enough, but the meerkats are always curious, always cautious. With new neighbors, everyone's a little on edge. Soon the guard announces a real threat, the menacing jackals back on the scene. The male fox races out, urging the jackal to move on. At the other den, Ajax, Selene, and the pups don't realize the jackal is circling back toward them. With no meerkat sentry, the foxes are more vulnerable than ever. Slipping through the shrubs, the jackal gets very close before he's spotted. The jackal has been outfoxed yet again, but he'll never stop trying. For all the animals here, this is a lean and hungry time. A time of long hunts and little food. At midday, Ajax returns to the den to rest. Daytime foraging can be rough under the summer sun, when temperatures of over 100 degrees take their toll. It's December, the end of the hot, dry season, and the Kalahari bakes like an open-air furnace. Some of the animals here are well adapted to the heat, but almost all seek out whatever shade they can find to conserve their energy. Only the hungriest are out on the prowl, like this gaunt mother cheetah. Ajax must shepherd the pups back into the burrow to wait out the threat, as the cheetah stalks nearby. Little Adventure doesn't know enough to hide. The cheetah calls to her 3 offspring. Luckily for Little Adventure, the cheetahs have another meal in mind. With the danger past, Celine calls the other pups from the den. Only Adventure shows little interest in nursing. He's well on his way to being weaned. Now almost 2 months old, it won't be long before the other pups follow suit. But they still haven't lost their interest in having fun. There's always time for a good romp. These rough and tumble games may be practice for more dangerous encounters to come. In the cool of the early evening, games give way to more serious matters. The cheetahs have focused on a herd of springbok. The hunters eye their prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. The springbok are unaware of the predators. But these young cats are still learning the rules of the hunt. They launch their attack. But it's too late. The inexperienced cheetah has let the prey escape. Over the next few hours, the cheetahs will test their skills again. By night, they make the kill that eluded them by day. Of course, the jackal is never far off. If he's hoping to find a meal here, he'll have to settle for scraps. All he can do is wait. But other hungry eyes watch from the darkness. And the jackal decides to move in. The cheetahs won't stand for it. The scavenger continues to lurk in the shadows. Finally, the jackal can stand it no longer and grabs at the only thing it can, the discarded entrails. And then, the brown hyena launches its assault. Powerfully built, with bone-crushing jaws, the hyena is a dangerous rival. The cheetahs won't risk injury just to keep a few bones. They've had their fill. But as the carcass disappears into the night, the loss is harder on the jackal. With their stomachs full, the cheetahs settle in to groom and lounge. With all this action so close to home, Ajax and Celine set off in search of another den. But moving at night can be risky. The jackal is already on their trail. And this time, he's brought his mate. Out in the open, the foxes have nowhere to shelter their pups if trouble begins. Suddenly, Celine senses danger. Ajax repels the first assault. But this time, the jackals aren't running away. Celine looks for her pups. One is missing. Little Joe has wandered off. Ajax goes on the offensive. But as he fights off the first jackal, in the confusion, the other goes for the prize. In a matter of seconds, Little Joe is taken. There's nothing Ajax can do. The Kalahari has claimed another victim. As a new day breaks, it's an unsettling time for our Fox family. They've moved to a new home, but paid a terrible price. And there are more hard times to come. In this part of the Kalahari, the rains are late this year. The land has turned to dust. The sun wrings every drop of moisture out of the land. The wildebeest are skittish in the heat, and with good reason. As herds gather at the riverbed, predators follow. In these difficult times, the lionesses are reluctant to share, even with their own cubs. The winds that blow now bring only trouble. Sandstorms are on the way. Great clouds of dust swirl across the land. The animals wander in a choking haze. But the parching winds will soon bring relief as well. Finally, the drought breaks. The lions luxuriate in the shower. And the foxes get a new lease on life. The deluge may continue off and on for months. In February, the rains temporarily subside, and a new world is revealed. The Kalahari has been transformed. The Nosab is once again a river, and it will draw life from miles around. Storks arrive in search of the hordes of insects that appear after the rains. Many animals are getting their first drink of water in months. Springbok find a great green pasture spread out before them. For the foxes, too, things are changing. These are fat times for everyone. Even nervous meerkats will take advantage of this season of abundance. The fox pups are growing up. The family no longer needs to stay close to the den. For Kinky, Adventure, and Flash, there's a new world to explore. The small animals that endured the dry season now find themselves surrounded by the grazing herds that follow the summer rains. Gemsbok, springbok, hartebeest all return to the riverbed in this time of plenty. For grazers like this wildebeest, there's a banquet at their feet. The bat ears, like all the animals in this part of the Kalahari, take advantage of the bounty. Ajax has had a successful day of foraging. He's got a gecko, a tiny lizard, and he's bringing home the treat. For the pups, this wiggly snack will present a new challenge. Flash is still angling for easier meals, but her brothers go for the gecko. Celine is only reluctantly willing to nurse. The pups are getting too big. With a full set of teeth, they're now well equipped to chew up a lizard. A neighboring family of Cape foxes makes its presence known. The bat ears aren't glad to see them. For the first time, Kinky and Adventure show a young Cape fox who's in charge. Celine gives her feisty youngsters a grooming reward. While Ajax, always pugnacious, adds a bit of bravado to the display. Of course, intimidating a youngster is easy. It may be a different story when the Cape Fox mother returns. But the belligerent Ajax won't stand for any trouble. The Cape Fox mother will keep her distance for a while, leaving her youngster to fend for himself. As long as Ajax is around, the pup will have to wait for his next meal. As it turns out, there are big events afoot for the bat-eared foxes. As the sun begins to set, the pups are heading out to forage for themselves. The whole family sets off together. For Celine and Ajax, this marks a turning point. It's been hard work caring for the pups, but they're on their way to taking care of themselves. No longer tied to the den, the pups can explore the landscape. The pups, and the family itself, are quickly coming of age. In the Kalahari, Night is the time of the hunter. And now, the bat-eared fox family can make the most of it. They'll hunt like this for hours, and there'll be some surprises along the way. For the pups, this gecko will offer another chance to test their skills. Flash already knows insects, but lizards still present a challenge. Of course, Ajax knows exactly what to do. Flash begs for a bite, but she must learn to catch her own. It's time for Ajax to give her a lesson. He stuns the gecko, then waits as his daughter draws near. She's happy to try a morsel, now that it's stopped running around. Not far away, the Cape fox mother is also out foraging. For these accomplished omnivores, catching a gecko is second nature. The young Cape foxes know just how to handle fresh meat. Even as pups, they have the killer instinct. A nightjar chose the wrong place to rest. These ferocious youngsters will go after anything, from a bird to a baby meerkat. But on the other side of the river, the young bat-eared foxes are still learning. For Kinky, a scorpion is definitely a mouthful. Which end should he grab? Instinctively, he seems to know it's not entirely harmless. But subdued, a scorpion is a crunchy treat. Meanwhile, Adventure's inquisitive streak leads him off into the night. But he's not alone. The lion is closer than the foxes realize. And in an instant, it's too late. Celine searches for her youngster, but he's gone. For a moment, Ajax seems to consider a run at the lion. But for all his posturing, there's nothing he can do. Another young member of his family has been taken. The family regroups at their old den, seeking safety on familiar ground. For the bat-eared fox family, times are tough. They've lost half the litter. Only 2 pups remain. The rains have passed, and winter comes to the Kalahari. It's June, and Kinky and Flash are nearly grown. The land is dry again, and food is dwindling. But there are more than enough termites around. Their mounds are everywhere in this part of the Kalahari. With the cooler temperatures, the bat ears can forage all day. Now that Flash and Kinky are grown, the jackal is no longer a threat, and he actually forages alongside the family. There's plenty here for everyone. By now, the grazing animals have all gone, but an exotic visitor drops by, a Cory bustard. One of the heaviest of the flying birds, it's also come to partake in the termite feast. The youngsters have seen a lot of things by now, but nothing quite like this. Flash stays out of the way. By August, the foxes are 9 months old, and their lives take another turn. A newly mature Flash is leaving scent markings, letting males know she'll soon be ready to mate. But Ajax, the protective father, covers her markings with his own. Still, Flash's instincts won't be denied. While the family forages, Flash is on her own persistent mission. She's done her advertising, and it's been noticed. A young male fox has caught her scent. Flash welcomes him, and the courtship begins. Over the next few days, the two foxes will bond. Flash isn't ready to mate, but she's interested, and her suitor even more. None of this sits well with Ajax. Flash and her suitor take their first tentative steps together. He seems a little pushy. She seems inclined to go along. Ajax has seen enough. Heads down, the youngsters beg for forbearance. Flash interceding as her bow cowers behind. But Ajax wants him gone. His parental work done, Ajax settles down with the family. Flash rejoins them. Her first flirtation has been a failure. Or has it? Her would-be mate hasn't gone far. He's just a quarter of a mile away. Foraging to keep up his strength, he intends to stick around for a while. Ajax seems to be feeling complacent. He's managed to keep his family intact, at least for now. But Kinky, too, has reached sexual maturity, and now he's in the market for a mate. He leaves the family in search of his future. Soon, Flash's persistent suitor tries another approach. This time, he advances with deference. A young suitor seeking approval. This approach goes over much better with Ajax, who allows the young suitor to leave with Flash. The young couple set off to begin their new life. Meanwhile, Kinky has discovered the scent of an available female, and in passing, leaves his own. As night falls, the female's family discovers his markings. Kinky's potential mate appears receptive, adding her own scent to his. She is, in fact, the fox next door, from the Riverbed family. Kinky tries his luck. They seem a little touchy, so he takes a low-key approach. It appears to be working. Ears back, crouching low. He's a study in submission. The new couple leave the family behind, and in time, their courtship will begin in earnest. Meanwhile, Flash and her mate have moved to her family's first burrow, but she's still not ready to mate. When the time finally comes, he's still not sure which end is up. At last, he gets it right. To help ensure the success of their union, the mating will go on for days. In just over 2 months, the couple will know if they've accomplished their goal. With luck, there will soon be new additions to the neighborhood. By November, Flash has pups of her own, a healthy litter of 3. Despite the hardships of life in this unforgiving land, Ajax and Celine's bloodline now has a chance of living on. A feisty new generation of pups has arrived. Desert foxes, with an ear to the winds that blow across the great Kalahari.
They lived by wind and wave and knew these waters well. Their people were lords of the sea. Few built finer craft. Few sailed faster or farther. But none of that could save this ship. The sea would rise up and conceal its fate for nearly an eternity. Summer 1997. The U.S. Navy's nuclear submarine, the NR-1, is on a mission in the eastern Mediterranean. The sub's advanced sonar detects several large objects in deep water that appear to be shipwrecks. Though pressed for time, the crew decides to take a quick look. A rough set of coordinates and a shadowy videotape are recorded on the fly. Later, the crew will send word to a former naval officer who is also one of the greatest undersea explorers in the world. The man who discovered the Titanic, the Bismarck, and many other shipwrecks, Robert Ballard, is immediately intrigued. The sheer number of ceramic jars is impressive, but their meaning escapes this marine geologist.
Well, not being an archaeologist, all I could tell was it's an ancient ship, but I didn't know anything more than that.
It lies at a forbidding 400 meters depth. Is it worth investigating? Ballard will seek the advice of an expert. Throughout the Mediterranean, most shipwrecks have been discovered in shallow water. But this one was found nearly 50 kilometers offshore, opposite what was once a thriving seaport, the city of Ashkelon. On the southern coast of present-day Israel, Ashkelon's roots reach back nearly 6,000 years. Crusaders and Muslims fought over this place. Romans claimed it. Babylonians destroyed it. In the Bible, it was a stronghold of the Philistines. Its earliest known inhabitants were the Canaanites. Since 1985, archaeologist Lawrence Steger of Harvard University has directed excavations here.
Hi, Dwayne. How are you doing?
His knowledge of ancient pottery is renowned. In a tiny shard, he can see an entire artifact and pinpoint the culture that produced it.
Now this is great. This is Cyprogeometric 3. This is most probably an import from Cyprus.
But things were not so clear in the Navy's videotape.
Well, when I first looked at it, I was a bit disappointed that it was so fuzzy and couldn't really make out these jars very well, because that, of course, was the key to determining the age of the shipwreck. But it seemed to me that they might be early, and possibly even 9th, 8th, 7th century BCE.
These two-handled storage jars, called amphoras, were first used throughout the Mediterranean around 4,000 years ago. Distinctive styles evolved in various locales, a boon for archaeologists who can use the jars as signatures of time and place. But sometimes two amphoras from vastly different eras can be deceptively similar. These might be from the 5th century AD, but Steger has a hunch they're much older. He tells Ballard that if this wreck dates to the Iron Age, as he suspects, it is the first of its kind ever found in the Mediterranean.
It was a gamble, but one that I was at least confident enough in that I would have put down a good-sized bet.
More than money would be wagered. In the summer of 1999, the Northern Horizon sets out for Malta. Ballard and Steger lead an expedition to relocate and study the mysterious wreck. At stake is their conviction that the combined strengths of oceanography and archaeology can make history.
Well, you know, when we found the Titanic, we found the Bismarck, we found the Yorktown, we knew they existed. They really weren't a discovery, they were a relocation. These are true discoveries. These are chapters of human history we don't know about. And I actually think they're much more important.
Still, this expedition begins like any other.
I had my stuff sitting here for 2 days. I forgot. I had that fake alarm. Okay, ladies and gents, make sure your life jackets are right before I shout you out, else I'll give you to Albert. Okay?
Safety training is mandatory for everyone on board. 49 scientists, engineers, programmers, ship's mates, and graduate students.
When you jump in, what's the correct way to hold your life jacket and your nose? Smash it. Why do you have to hold your life?
Landlubber or sea dog, no one is exempt. No one.
Hey, Bob, I thought you could swim.
Larry! Hello, Larry. There's your card.
Okay.
Okay. That's all right. Can't get any tighter.
Can't get it tighter, no.
Can't get any tighter.
No.
The Northern Horizon has been transformed into a floating research facility. Over 55 tons of equipment were shipped from the United States. Several larger items have been welded to the deck. For nearly 2 decades, Ballard has worked with an expert team out of Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute Martin Bowen and Andy Bowen have been key members of many expeditions.
Right, exactly.
Inside, Steger's archaeology team has established its own headquarters.
Hey team, excuse me. I just got some interesting information from Bob. He just gave me the coordinates. They're right on the ancient routes that some have predicted between the cedars of Lebanon and Egypt. And that route
His team includes 4 graduate students, as well as an expert on ancient ships, nautical archaeologist Shelley Waxman of Texas A&M University.
here, these ships might have had pretty wide, beamy hulls and so forth.
They seem from all the iconography that we have from this period that the merchant ships were extremely beamy and broad-hulled.
Yeah.
If this dates to around 700 BC, this is the first ship ever found that dates to that time period. And you have to remember that ships tell the story of history. I mean, there's nothing that man ever made that was not carried on a ship, including the pyramids. Stone by stone, not in not in one shot. And each one of these are literally a time capsule. They went down in one moment like that, and everything they were carrying on it at that one time went down together, and that tells us a story.
To reach the coordinates provided by the Navy will take about 5 days. This is the calm before the storm.
We are very relaxed right now, which is great. I mean, people are charging their batteries, getting sleep. We just did the testing of the ship. Everything's proceeding smoothly. But once we get on site, it'll kick in to around the clock. And you'll see people break up into 3 watches, and there will always be a team at work 24 hours a day.
Susan and Michael have the most difficult schedule in some ways because they work from 12 noon to 4 p.m. And then from 4 p.m. to midnight, they have to sleep. And that's a tough time to go to sleep at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But the reason they have to do that is because at 12 midnight, they have to get back up and work the 12 midnight
go
to
to
4
the
a.m.
van.
shift. Exactly.
And that's where everything's happening.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like from what they said that the midnight to 4 a.m. shift actually is a time when a lot of things do happen.
On the northern horizon, navigation involves a global positioning system and computer-controlled propulsion. But a few thousand years ago, a sea captain had to rely on somewhat higher powers. The very heavens were his guide. He probably spent a lifetime committing constellations to memory, observing the shifting angle of the sun. The special temper of each wind and the season of its coming. The powerful currents hidden beneath the waves. All these may have been the secrets of his trade. Surely he watched for seabirds, heralds of an approaching shore, and for landmarks familiar as a friendly face. But the nearness of land was not necessarily a comfort, and he likely kept his ship at quite a distance.
Well, generally, the common wisdom has it that for safety, the ancient mariners hugged the coast. But when you think about it, the last thing an ancient mariner ever wanted to see during a storm was a quickly approaching lee shore. Plus, there was piracy, and piracy wasn't the type that you see in the movies in the Caribbean, where you're just sailing around in the middle of nowhere and suddenly another ship comes out, but rather they would watch from shore. So you don't want to stay too close to shore, and if somebody comes out to attack, you want to have that leeway to get out of the way.
It's day 5 and nearly midnight when the northern horizon arrives on site. The coordinates provided by the Navy are only approximate. Margin of error might be up to a kilometer. Ballard's team deploys a deep water side scan sonar. The hope is it will pinpoint the same pattern of large objects detected by the Navy.
Slip his line, slip his line.
As the sonar is towed, its fiber optic cable carries signals to the control van, nerve center of the expedition. Sonar screens are not inherently exciting. As the first watch hunkers down, everything starts to go wrong.
Okay, this course is going to take us into deep water. It already has increased.
The ship can't seem to stay on track, and the sonar is pitched at an angle.
Probably going to have to pull it, fix its buoyancy. Or
Pulling the winch, the generator is not going to survive a whole lot longer, so they have to shut the generator off.
This is the ship?
Now, yes, the ship.
The ship has lost the generator.
Our speed over the ground is 5 knots.
5 knots? I'm shocked.
Go the other way.
If there's a current like 4 knots, we ain't doing this site. It could be a big showstopper right there.
Unless the winch is rewired to another source of power on board, the expedition is dead in the water. Time to improvise.
There's no way we can feed any power from below through Scania's circuit, right? Because I have someone now disconnecting the cable.
Just a moment, the chief engineer come and ask us here.
Okay.
No estimated time to repair. Hopefully, quickly.
Okay, got the hand cranked.
No, we're not too long. Yeah, like this all.
Such are the risks of trying out a brand new winch.
We're doing things we've never done before, but that's why we're here. We're always pushing the envelope. The challenge is always the desire on the part of the scientist to do things that have never been done before, and the operator's side not wanting to change anything, because it works.
4 a.m. Mission accomplished.
It's a miracle. That's the only guy
That's a problem. Yeah.
Power has been rerouted, and the hunt is on.
Yeah, it looks pretty good now. Do you see something there, you believe?
The sonar displays targets as subtle smudges. It takes a trained eye to tell a shipwreck from a rock heap.
They're dead ahead. 037.
It's on the screen now, just starting to appear.
There's something coming in, but it's to the right here.
Oh, yeah.
There's something there. There's something there. You're certainly within the range of Jason to see it. It's about the right length. It looks like it's maybe 30 meters. It's roughly in the right place, so it smells right.
Within 12 hours, the team locates 3 targets that line up in a similar configuration to the Navy's, but offset by half a kilometer from their coordinates.
Back to you, Larry.
I think you did it.
I think we did it.
Looks good.
Okay. The weather's nice.
I think you've done
Let's go. I think we'll go to phase 2.
It's a conditional victory. Until they actually look at the targets, they won't know if they've hit pay dirt. There's plenty of work ahead.
Better get something below to eat.
As one shift gives way to the next, notions of time begin to blur. Day 6. The team prepares to launch an extraordinary robot named Jason, designed and built at Woods Hole and championed by a man with a lifelong dream. Robert Ballard can't remember a time he wasn't obsessed with the deep sea.
My idol as a kid, and perhaps still is, was Captain Nemo.
He first dove in a submarine in 1969. later, he was part of the historic expedition that discovered hydrothermal vents and surprising life forms on the floor of the Pacific Ocean. But he's always had a healthy respect for the deep.
Diving in a small submarine can be very dangerous. Pressure is a funny thing because you look out the window and you can't see it. But it's there, and the slightest mistake in a failure of your porthole or anything would be a catastrophic implosion. It would just, poof, you'd just vanish.
Ballard began to think that remote-controlled robots might be the answer. The idea led to a prototype called Jason Jr., rigged with 4 motors, a 30-meter tether, and an electronic eye. In 1986, on the Titanic, Jason Jr. proved himself a nimble explorer. Maneuvered by Martin Bowen from within a submarine, the little robot descended the grand staircase and danced beneath a chandelier. That success launched a flurry of innovation at Woods Hole. By the 1990s, Jason had become a technological wonder, weighing just over 2 tons. In a sense, he remains a work in progress, forever refined and improved. But even his standard features are impressive. 7 thrusters allow for precision maneuvering underwater. Titanium components can withstand depths of 6,000 meters.
No, leave it there, put the whole thing back. But
Jason's video, film, and electronic cameras can be remote controlled by an experienced pilot. Likewise, his articulated arm, which can lift up to 15 kilos.
You know, right about here, Andy, about my foot.
To fire up such a complex machine takes teamwork and time. Jason won't be ready to launch until well after dark. It's a breathless moment just before Jason hits the water. If a single component leaks, it could short-circuit the entire electrical system.
Okay, the pin's released.
But tonight, it's all systems go. Jason dives toward the most promising of the 3 sonar targets.
And we're on. Roger, make it slow.
No, that's on too close a range. You're 110 meters out to the target.
Right, I'm not. I just
At the controls is pilot Will Sellers. He adjusts Jason's buoyancy by dropping ballast weights.
Amazing.
Jason's own forward-facing sonar now scans the bottom.
105 meters. Okay, it's off to the left. 40 meters off to the left. Is that it coming in? That's it coming in.
I'm off thrust, so I'm not creating noise. Let's see if that repeats.
That's it. Well, let's see what we got.
A lot of pits over there.
Oh, that's just noise. There it is. That's not geology. There it is. Whatever it is. Dead ahead. Off to the right slightly. That's an anchor.
Yeah.
They're there. There's the chain. Yep, there's the chain.
Follow that chain, Will.
Okay.
To the right. Come right. There's
Michael,
the
you got the
chain.
anchor? Yeah. All right.
Metal chain modern anchor. This is no ancient ship.
So it's the other guy.
Yeah, that's the Queen Victoria.
That was target AA, right?
Yeah, so it means AC.
AC
is
the,
what,
the brightest
the one that looked like it.
is going to be the oldest one.
All right, well, there you are.
Anyway, it was a hit.
Okay, so we don't care about this guy. And we want to drive to AC. As fast as humanly.
Head to AC.
Let's head over there. It'll take us a while. We'll go have coffee and celebrate. We got a ship, the wrong one. But it means we know where the right one is.
My knees are weak.
From standing to the excitement. Then the anchor, and then the chain.
Right, the chain. Those apparently don't start before 1820.
Right.
So, you know, we might have a Victorian ship, we may not. Who cares at this point?
It's 2 hours transit to the next most likely target. For some, a very long 2 hours.
Move to Medea, and we have main compensator, electrical harness, and terminations.
All set.
Day 7, 5 a.m. Jason is back in action. The control van is flooded with anticipation, exhaustion, and adrenaline.
That must be it, that bright spot.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bright spot,
That's
Ed.
it.
At 9 now, probably level up.
Magic.
There.
The brightest thing on the screen.
Yeah, especially on the
Sonar.
That's got to be the big one.
Oh, that's the mother lode.
That's the mother of all ships.
Okay. 80 meters.
Yeah, you're racing ahead of the Delta's 40. Holy
Remember that movie when the alien is being tracked and it's coming towards you? Yeah, but the alien is approaching our cabin, Captain. 45 meters. And closing. 18 meters. We didn't want to come down on it. There she blows. All right.
All right. Oh.
Look at that.
Oh, man.
Someone's playing with it.
Yeah, there we go. There we are. Oh, yeah. Now we can see that they're not Byzantine. That's 8th century.
It's now your problem, Larry.
Oh, yeah. My problem. It's a problem I like.
8th century.
This is the first Iron Age ship that's ever been found in the
All right.
All right. Woo! And it's the biggest one. I mean, there's nothing bigger.
Look at the corks.
Oh,
Are they corked?
No.
What is
something
it?
in them?
Well, they can't
they're
sediment
filled.
that way.
filled.
But they can't sediment that way. Unless they've been excavated.
I don't think so.
You can't fill them that way.
Oh, yeah. Look at those things. They're still stacked.
Look at those other
cooking
pots.
too.
See those other pots?
We didn't see those in the...
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Oh, wow. Those are absolutely perfect for the 8th century.
I'm gonna try the back to the trick.
Absolutely incredible.
I was nervous that if we were going to relocate it. And then when I saw those amphores, I stopped looking at the ship at that point. And I'm looking at Larry because he's the one that knows what we have. And when you saw that big smile, that we got the ship we wanted. As far as I was concerned, the cruise was over. Look at that.
Oh,
Is that the anchor?
there's the anchor,
the
yes.
anchor.
Up to the right.
Yeah.
Stone
There's
anchor.
stone in the middle.
More than a night to remember. It was ecstasy. Haven't been so happy about an archaeological discovery in years, maybe a lifetime. Look at that. You see the ridges on the high neck. You know, when you have those kinds of moments, you never forget them. And this was mine.
Look at that.
Oh.
For me, something that was incredibly evocative were the two cooking pots with, maybe the Last Supper in them before the ship went down. Yeah, I do think about the people who went down.
Like a messenger from the future, Jason sheds light on a vessel that set sail around the time Homer is said to have written the Odyssey, when the Greeks began to celebrate the Olympic Games, and a pair of twin brothers, according to legend, founded a city called Rome. The archaeologists need a detailed overall view, but Jason's lights can't illuminate the entire wreck. To map the site, the robot moves over the ship in small increments and takes some 800 electronic close-ups. Onboard computers help merge these images into a black and white high-resolution photomosaic. It speaks volumes about the world's oldest deep-sea shipwreck. Some 300 amphoras preserve the shape of a long-vanished hull. About 18 meters long, it was heading west when it sank. A stone anchor marks the bow, cooking pots the stern. All this, plus the style of the amphoras, suggest it may be a Phoenician merchant ship broad in the beam with a curved horsehead bow. Such ships are known from Assyrian carvings and from a detailed description in the Bible in the book of Ezekiel. Of the Phoenicians, little tangible has been unearthed. They lived along the eastern shore of the Mediterranean from before 1200 BC through the Roman period. But their real domain was the sea. The greatest maritime merchants of the ancient world, they traded with pharaohs, Greeks, and Romans, and left traces of colonies as far west as the Strait of Gibraltar. Their rich purple dye was much prized, as were their cedars of Lebanon. It was the Phoenicians who provided lumber and expertise when Solomon built his temple in Jerusalem. Their skill at carving wood and ivory was unrivaled. Sadly, only shreds of Phoenician literature survive, but their simple alphabet was widely adopted and would evolve into the Roman alphabet we use today. Still, it was as seafarers that the Phoenicians most impressed the world. A Greek historian claims they first circumnavigated Africa. Others believe they even reached England. It's as if the Phoenicians entrusted all their secrets to the sea. Until now. Day 8. The team drops a rig called an elevator to the bottom. Later, it will raise precious cargo to the surface.
Well, the main concentrator's full.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
So, there are the pots right there.
Today's goal is retrieval. With hundreds of amphoras to choose from, the 2 lone cooking pots are top priority. It won't be easy. Pilot Matt Heinz is first to test Jason's new hand, nicknamed Deep Spank by the team.
You get it just like that.
They're that thin. Yeah.
Hold it
that
like
ought to
that
do
so
it.
the weight's sitting on that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see if we can nudge it under there.
And avoid the handles.
Yeah.
They're not up to taking weight like that, probably.
No one is quite sure how the pot will hold up.
First time that one's been moved in 2,700 years.
Yeah. I think it's the food's ready. It's lost. Okay, we got to recover. Change out.
For now, Deep Spank disappoints.
It was a new modification that didn't work. Engineering on the fly.
It's back to an old diehard.
It scoops in underneath and then you close down on top. We call it the cow catcher. It works.
Within hours, Jason is back on the bottom
rock it onto
with a
the
priceless
crane
cooking pot in his cow catcher.
Now this is archaeology. Quick and beautiful. That dog can hunt.
That dog.
It's a triumph of technology each time Jason deposits an artifact in the elevator. But it also means the wreck site has been altered. Careful records must be kept.
Archaeology is a destructive science. It's like tearing pages out of a book. Once you've removed something, if you haven't recorded it, you've lost it forever.
Work continues until the elevator is full. Then begins a slow ascent that will bridge nearly 30 centuries.
There it is right here.
You know, we made a mistake, Bob. Never put both of those cooking pots on the same load, since there are only two of them.
Yeah. Is that the right place? Is that the right place?
Right in the center.
Okay, let him just come straight up. Take slack off. Okay, straight up. Okay, just don't tilt it. Just stop it if it starts to swing. Okay, don't pull hard, guys. Let him try to get it vertical first.
Oh, those beautiful cooking pots. They're so glorious.
Watch the guys. Make sure the objects don't come down on anything hard.
Thank God they're here. I tell you, I was very happy to see those cooking pots arrive.
Yeah.
The emperors we got more of.
What were they cooking at? What kind of meal?
That's the one you do your one pot stew in. It isn't as though you did one thing here, one thing there. You made this, throw it all in as a stew.
Refrigerator soup, my wife's mother calls.
Yeah.
Whatever's in the end of the week is still in the refrigerator. Well, this was in beautiful shape.
Yeah, that's great.
That's gorgeous. There's something special about touching something that has been untouched by humans for almost 3,000 years. I mean, to the time of Homer. Wow, that's pretty far back.
Okay.
Here comes the pot, so don't jump up, Dan.
Stay right there, Dan.
2 years after scrutinizing a fuzzy video, Steger finally enjoys a close encounter.
A few little sea creatures attached to it. It's a unmistakable form. Well, my great wish came true that it was 8th century and not something Byzantine. You know, the other possibility for it was that it could date maybe 1,100, 1,200 years later, in which case we have lots of wrecks and lots of material from that period, but rarely, if ever, find this on land complete. Even if they're more or less complete, they've all been shattered. You have to put them together to make up the whole. But out here, a whole shipload of them intact. It's marvelous.
Bathed in a solution of fresh and salt water, the artifacts are now the concern of Conservator Dennis Piota, his son James, and Assistant Conservator Catherine Giangrande. Sampled and sifted for future analysis, sediments might yield traces of a meal or fragments of the ship's hull.
You're not afraid of a couple of worms, are you?
I'm getting 7.2 millimeters.
Preservation of this pot will take months, but its digital doppelganger is ready for study. It's equally possible the amphoras contained olive oil or wine.
I think I'm almost at the bottom.
Then, Giangrande spots the residue of tree resin used for sealing amphoras of wine. It's as fine a discovery as any to toast.
Not a bad millennium.
Terrific one.
Corn popper. We need an ice.
The superb condition of the amphoras leads Ballard to a theory about the fate of the ship that carried them.
Oh, yeah.
The ship is not busted up. There's very few amphoras that are broken. So it wasn't like they were tossed around and flipped around. They were swamped. You know, when you get in trouble, you tend to run with the sea, hoping you can outrun the storm and get away from it. But you can then have a very powerful wave come over the stern and just swamp you. We call them rogue waves. I've been in two of them in my life. We took one head on right over the bridge, took out the bridge, took out the mast, all but sank us. On my first expedition 40 years ago this summer, I almost went down in a storm.
Understanding the wreck site has also consumed the computational energies of the team.
So we get the map crunched.
Good.
So this is
Using data collected by a sensor on Jason, Dana Yerger has produced a three-dimensional map. It shows the wreck is sitting in an oval depression nearly 2 meters deep and helps explain something that's been puzzling Ballard.
Because you know, one of the things we're having a problem with is all the amphoras are full of mud.
Yeah.
And you figure out how could they be full of mud? But what you've done is it was buried.
When the ship was swamped, it probably sank to the bottom like a weight and buried much of its hull in the soft mud. In time, wood-boring organisms ate away any exposed hull or mast. The amphora's unbaked clay stoppers simply dissolved. As wine escaped, water and sediments poured in. Over the centuries, deep water currents scoured the surrounding seafloor, excavating the wreck and laying bare its amphoras. So much revealed in so few days. The team has earned a bit of fun.
See, we're still a little apart. I don't know, about an 8, something like that. Get all the children out of the water. Get back to work. It's fun.
Day 9. The team heads for the coordinates of the third sonar target.
It was 327.
327, 191 meters.
Let's see what that is.
The expedition leaders have been keeping nearly 24-hour shifts, but there's no sign of fatigue when a target appears on Jason's sonar.
Well, let's go. There's something. There's our friend. That's the guy off to the west.
down to 75 on the range.
No, it's looking like geology.
I see. Trash right there. This is what we're chasing.
No, there's something else. That's a 55-gallon drop. That was a decoy. They always drop drums to throw people off their trail. Let's go back to 400. Just do a spin turn and see what you got.
As Jason rotates, he picks up something far more promising.
There's something right there.
Yeah, right there. Some trash.
We expect that.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. It's amphor. Yes!
We already measured it.
It's the same.
The same.
It's a fleet.
It's another bunch of. Let's see if we can.
It's the same guys.
Let's close on it.
They had a bad day.
Now,
Look at that. That wine company went bankrupt.
it's exactly the same. 8th century.
Same guy, caught the same storm, heading the same direction. This is more laid out, spread out.
Yeah, this one's
I bet you there's
a little more scattered.
diversity.
All right.
Bonus.
Definitely.
A survey reveals a ship eerily similar in size and shape to the first wreck, facing west and carrying the same cargo. But here, more small personal items seem to be exposed.
Now there's a bowl.
There's a dish or something.
These could help confirm the home port of the crew.
Zoom down, zoom, keep going. Focus, stop.
That's trying to drag it out.
Boy, have we got some work to do.
For the next few days, Jason's busy as a bee.
Watch your step behind you.
Oh, that's a beauty. A little,
Look at that one.
a little
Sharks in
poker.
it.
This is terrific. I thought this thing was too big to be a bowl.
Right.
And it's actually a mortarium. It's for grinding different kinds of spices and herbs, putting it in the stew. Yeah, great. Swing it, don't go overboard. Now we're getting slightly different sizes. Yeah, this one looks about a gallon more than that one.
I'm not an archaeologist, and Larry isn't an oceanographer, but maybe our students will be half archaeology, half oceanography.
Were these the ones that you wanted, or should we put them back and get some different ones?
I think we like these.
They're okay?
You've got people who want to study shipwrecks and people who want to build stuff to study shipwrecks coming together. And of course, the technologies that are available now lend themselves beautifully to this.
Let me look at that. You see this?
Like a candlestick holder.
Yeah, well, you're looking at it upside down. Actually, the way this would stand, Bob, is like that. No, this is most likely a little chalice for burning incense. Incense to the protectors, the protective deities of the sailors. They may well have held it this way, added their incense, and others will be raising their arms like this to Baal. Baal Hadad or Baal Safon, the Baal of the north.
Day 14. Jason's final load yields a distinctly Phoenician calling card.
Now that's the clincher. We've been looking for something that is really decisive. Well, that's it. That cinches it for a Phoenician ship, a Phoenician crew, Phoenician origins for this cargo.
This wine decanter, with its fanciful wide lip, is uniquely Phoenician. It crowns the final act of a drama that began nearly 3,000 years ago. They may well have set sail from the great city of Tyre, 2 ships laden with fine wine from the hinterland. Their destination, perhaps the Egypt of the pharaohs, or their wine-thirsty compatriots in the newly founded colony of Carthage. To bless their journey, they would have performed age-old rituals, invoking the gods and perfuming the air to attract their favor. For a time, they may have felt protected by divine grace. A gentle sea guided the rhythm of their days. Suddenly, it seemed their gods abandoned them, and no prayer, no offering could win them back. For those who waited on the home shore, there was no end to this voyage. No matter how hard they prayed, the ships would never reappear on their horizon. The fate of their loved ones would remain a mystery. Yet centuries later, 2 modern-day explorers have raised their story from the depths and added a new chapter to our understanding of the past. As future expeditions are planned, the promise of deep-sea archaeology seems brighter than ever. For who knows how much history lies hidden on the bottom, just waiting to be discovered.
Africa, as it once was. Here in the heart of the great Kalahari Desert lies a remarkable oasis, an immense delta called the Okavango. It's a sanctuary for a natural world unchanged in many ways since the dawn of humanity. Okavango is a place like nowhere else in Africa. A rich tapestry of wildlife woven together by the life-giving waters of this vast Eden. But even so, the eternal struggle for survival goes on continually. Here too, the rules of the hunt are ever-changing, subject to the capricious ebb and flow of the Okavango's floodwaters. Some prey animals must be taken quickly before they reach deep water. But nowhere is truly safe. Wild dogs of Africa are superb predators, but their hunting skills are rigorously challenged during times of flood by species of antelope, especially adapted to the wetlands. Water defines this remarkable place, and it often decides who will succeed and who will fail, who will survive and who will perish. Here in Africa's great waterland, the Okavango. The heart of the Okavango is a permanent swamp, a maze of lagoons and channels coursing through reeds and grasses and blankets of water lilies. Filtered by vegetation and sand, these pure waters become crystal clear. The existence of a watery refuge here in the midst of one of the world's great deserts is the result of a unique interplay between climate and geology. Its source is the Okavango River, one of the longest in southern Africa. On reaching Botswana, it meanders between two geological faults. Then the river spills out onto a vast floodplain. It divides into a network of channels and wetlands, creating one of the largest inland deltas in the world. The delta can be seen from space, spreading like a giant hand across the face of southern Africa. It's born of summer rains 1,000 miles to the north in the highlands of Angola. Fed by these rains, the Okavango River slowly winds through a long panhandle before entering the permanent swamp. There it is further slowed by flat terrain and dense vegetation. Over the next few months, the level of the permanent swamp rises almost imperceptibly. When the new water finally reaches the floodplain, it arrives at the height of the dry season. This is the miracle of the Okavango. The delta's unique environment begins in the panhandle, where the river meanders for some 60 miles. Thousands of carmine bee-eaters migrate here to nest in the steep, sandy banks. These strikingly beautiful birds primarily live on honeybees and other flying insects caught on the wing. They lay their eggs when the water is low, in tunnels usually 5 to 6 feet long. This is also the main breeding ground of one of the Okavango's more sinister creatures. Baby crocodiles hatch as the river is rising. It will provide them a convenient means of transport. Many of the young crocs will drift with the current southeast into the heart of the Okavango Delta. This permanent swamp is a water wilderness of swamp grasses, ferns, and lilies. This tangled world seems half liquid, half vegetation, and it never dries. Floodwaters, in years of abundant rain, can double the area of the swamp to some 5,000 square miles. Elephants are among the few large mammals that venture into the heart of the permanent swamp. They browse on the foliage while the young frolic in the Okavango shallows. This is a sanctuary for the shy and elusive Sitatunga, a water-loving antelope that seldom ventures outside the permanent swamp. And this is the only place in Africa where the slaty egret can be found in numbers. It's one of the rarest herons in the world. The inner swamp is a nesting haven for a rich variety of water birds, and there are huge colonies. Here, the yellow-billed stork can raise their hatchlings in isolated safety. Other water birds are drawn to the swamp simply to hunt and feed. This saddlebill haunts the shallows, seeking fish and frogs. The marabou storks nest by the thousands here in low-spreading fig trees. Stalking the waterways, the marabou can sometimes bring a quick end to a young crocodile's journey. After a long night of grazing, hippos spend the day digesting and wallowing. A single hippo may transform 150 pounds of vegetation into dung, which in turn enriches the water and plant life. En route to favored grasslands, the hippos trample pathways throughout the delta, creating channels in the waterways. Now is the season when floodwaters from the Okavango River are slowly filling the permanent swamp. But here on the floodplains, the water left from last year's flood is quickly evaporating. Lechwe graze in the shallows. They feed on grasses that sprout along the edge of the receding waters. A pack of wild dogs appears. As the lechwe escape into deep water, the dogs choose to wait and watch. the dog's instinct is confirmed. A crocodile is lurking nearby. But the Lechwe would rather take their chances with a crocodile than face certain death with the dogs. Throughout the Okavango, palm trees dot the landscape. They provide shade and shelter and a plentiful supply of fruit. Baboons scale the heights to feast in these vegetable ivory palms. But they're not the only ones with a craving. As night falls, the leftover palm fruits are not forgotten. The African porcupine loves them too. With their strong, sharp incisors, the porcupine tears into the fibrous flesh, leaving the hard inner seed to become, perhaps, a future palm tree. The rare and endangered pangolin has to pass on the fruit. They are among the few mammals in the world without teeth. Instead, this walking artichoke survives by raiding ant and termite colonies. When a pangolin comes upon a termite mound, it uses powerful claws to tear into the rock-hard mud. Within is a complex network of corridors and chambers filled with ghostly white insects that shun daylight. In a typical mound, there are millions of termites, and using its sticky tongue, the pangolin will feast on vast numbers of them. Termite mounds provide hiding places for both predator and prey, ideal jackal dens, and observation posts for leopards. Many of the mounds become the foundation for full-grown islands. A sweeping view of the Okavango reveals them, scattered over a wide band between the permanent swamp and the outer floodplain. In this season, all the big game animals of the Delta converge from the receding waters. Beyond the swamp and the islands, the vast floodplains still are drying out. Buffalo rumble far and wide in search of water. With all the noise and dust, it almost seems that war has broken out in the Okavango. It is the onset of the dry season, the African winter. For these wild dogs, it is the time for rearing pups. Expectant females clean out abandoned burrows where they can give birth in safety. The wild dogs of Africa are a distinct species, only distantly related to domesticated dogs. Contagious diseases and hunting by man have threatened them with extinction. But here in the heart of the Okavango, they're free to hunt and reproduce in relative safety. When the females are about to give birth, there's little for the pack to do but wait. Hooded vultures keep them company. Only a few months ago, there was water here. Now there are plains of grass, dried to a golden brown. During the dry season, the open plains of the Okavango favor animals built for speed. These cheetahs have only to lie in wait as their prey appear in numbers. The cheetah is the fastest cat on Earth, and it will sometimes walk boldly up to its prey until it's within sprinting range. The prey finds camouflage in the amber fields of grass, but one false move can betray the reedbuck. As the victim is hauled into the shade, silent witnesses pass by the scene. In the dry season, herds of giraffes seek the last remaining water in the floodplains. Back in the den of the wild dogs, there is much excitement. 3 weeks after birth, the pups are finally emerging into daylight. Up until now, the mothers have not allowed other dogs near their burrows. But now everyone joins in, welcoming the new arrivals. In this pack, while several females have given birth, only the dominant female assumes the role of mother. She even nurses the pups of the other females. Still, the dominant female has trouble keeping an eye on all 21 new arrivals. One of the other females, perhaps a new mother herself, kidnaps a pup. She and a cohort carry it back towards another burrow. But it is a short-lived venture, as the dominant female quickly drives them off. She reclaims the pup as her own. Millions of birds move in unison like a great school of fish, engulfing the air. Swirling flocks of quilias converge on the diminishing water holes to quench their thirst. The Okavango is now in the midst of a long, dry winter. All across the floodplains, dried-out game trails radiate from the shrinking water holes. Wildlife congregate around the few oases. Here they'll wait out the dry season until the annual flood arrives, which is still working its way ever so slowly out of the permanent swamp. Small groups of buffalo from across the plains now mass together into herds of thousands. Water is their most critical need. But the wild dogs obtain much of their water needs from the flesh of their prey. The pups even seem to enjoy the dry weather as they frolic in the winter sun. Playing at hunting. Assuming the stance for stalking, this pump launches a mock attack on the others. Out on the hunt, the adult dogs survey a herd of lechwe grazing on the plains. Without water nearby, these lechwe are very vulnerable. For this is the season of the wild dog. Hunting in packs up to 20 or more, wild dogs are very successful hunters. They have incredible stamina and blazing speed, at times second only to the cheetah. Once in the jaws of predators, the victim's fate is sealed. The lechwe ceases its struggling and appears to go into deep shock. Within a few minutes, the prey is dismembered. The dogs gorge themselves to fill their bellies because the pups and their guardians are awaiting them. The pack returns from the hunt. It's a time of high excitement and celebration. A guardian receives a piece of the kill, regurgitated by one of the hunters. The pups clamor to receive their share. They too are fed regurgitated meat. The pups are becoming frisky and aggressive, launching surprise attacks on their constant companions, the vultures. Nearby are 3 male lions, a formidable coalition that have roamed this area for years. A lioness, part of a pride of females, awaits with anticipation for one of the males. In the surrounding vegetation, the others mark the group's territory. In a bizarre-looking expression called flamen, the male lion tests the air for the scent that indicates the female is in heat. Lions have been known to copulate up to 80 times a day, but the duration is brief, from a minute to only 6 seconds. This group of lions monopolizes several prides of females in their territory, but still find ample time to rest. The long, dry winter seems endless. Day after day, a remorseless sun arcs through a cloudless sky. It warms the air after cool, even bitter cold nights. This year's floodwaters are slow in coming. Vital pools and water holes have shrunk to mere puddles. Catfish are now concentrated in the ooze. Fish eagles swoop down to gorge on the fish. They compete among themselves, even in the midst of plenty. The ponds are becoming crowded. Large crocodiles have abandoned them, and the constant presence of buffalo and other animals now force the smaller crocs to move on as well. Every creature vies for its place in the comforting ooze. Young crocs seek new hiding places in the shade of reeds. There they will lie dormant until the floodwaters return. Rolling in the mud, the buffalo crushes a pool of catfish. All the better for the marabou, who now has only to pluck out the lifeless prey. For the fish, disaster. For the birds, a season of plenty. Once again, water, or the lack of it, determines who will survive in the Okavango. The hippo pools are now more hippo than pool. In the dry, innovating air, they wallow in the last of the cooling mud. Catfish try to crawl away in search of other pools. It's a futile effort, and many pools are already a grisly mass of dying fish. All over the plains, there is a desperate need for water. Then a rare and welcome sound at the height of the dry season. In a cruel twist of fate, this storm brings not rain, but fire. Lightning has set off the dry grass, and in moments the floodplains are a swirling inferno. Frantic pangolin desperately tries to outrun the flames. Many smaller creatures and insects will be consumed by the fire in seconds. The wildfire races across the Okavango, setting palm and papyrus ablaze. Burning tapers carried by the wind spread the fire everywhere. The wild dogs know from experience not to run in panic. The big game animals escape to the center's large islands. There, the vegetation is sparse, and there is little to feed the killing flames. fire rages for days. It marches in a deadly procession north towards the permanent swamp. Rivers and channels provide only temporary barriers. The towering flames, whipped by the wind, leap across the waterways and into the swamp itself. The fire is over. It has scorched thousands of acres of floodplain and has stripped great areas of the permanent swamp of its vegetation. All that remains is a charred landscape, seemingly devoid of life. Fire can be good for the delta, clearing away dead vegetation and prompting the growth of new grass. But some fear that too many man-made fires could do irreversible damage to the Okavango. The pangolin is a survivor, having found refuge in an underground burrow. The larger animals have also escaped the flames, only to face an even more arid and harsh environment than before. But now, at last, the Okavango works its greatest magic as the new floodwaters finally arrive. In surreal counterpoint, trickles of water create tendrils of dust as they advance across the plains. They slowly percolate through the ashes, restoring life to the charred land. Only inches deep in places, the new flood spreads out across the land. Some creatures that survived the fire now perish in the rising waters. The waters of the Okavango have come 1,000 miles from the mountains of Angola. They now end their journey on the vast floodplains of the Kalahari. The water will slowly refill the dry channels and dusty lagoons. It also courses through old hippo paths, allowing many predators to infiltrate the plains. Myriads of fish migrate with the new water to feed on the rich supply of insects it displaces. Not far behind are young crocodiles. Waterbirds now search the edge of the flood, finding a rich concentration of prey. Pelicans welcome the season of plenty, eagerly scooping up newly arrived catfish. For the hippos, it's time at last to gather and bathe in deep water. All the animals are now forced to cross the flooded areas. Water is once again an element to contend with. The wild dogs must negotiate a maze of waterways infiltrated by stealthy crocodiles. They're aware that for every croc they see, others may lurk unseen. Hunting and escaping now depend on crossing ever-deepening channels. Cheetahs are creatures of the drier savanna, but those that live in the Okavango must cross the waters to hunt. They do so after much hesitation, and then they patiently wait while life ebbs slowly from their victim. Nightfall and spring rains have stirred a singular event, as winged termites called alates take flight before mating underground. The puff adder too responds to the spell of the season. Now is its time to bear young. With the rain, the Okavango glitters with moisture, and the plains turn a vivid green. The wild dog pups have been playing at hunting for weeks. They're now old enough to witness the real thing. They join the pack, now ranging far and wide in search of prey. At every water crossing, the adults are cautious, but the pups will learn only gradually about the enemy the water hides. And when the chase begins in earnest, the pups must be left behind. In the excitement and confusion comes a moment of extreme danger. Urged on by the adults, the pups must cross to safety. Once more, ancient adversaries have met and played out their predestined roles. The drama of the wild favors neither predator nor prey. The survival of all is ensured in the natural world, which gives no creature an absolute advantage. All belong and have their proper place in the great waterland called the Okavango.